They say some rules are best left unbroken. Here at Night Creepypasta Rules, we explore what happens when they are. Welcome to your weekly fix of the finest, most unnerving creepypasta rules horror. This isn't just a video, it's a dare. And tonight's collection culminates in a twist so insidious you'll be replaying it in your mind long after the screen goes dark. Trust me, you need to see this one through to its chilling conclusion. What rules do you think are unbreakable? Let the shadows know in the comments. And if you're drawn to the darkness, if you seek thrills that linger, then subscribe. Become part of the night. Steel your nerves. The stories are waiting. And the ending is worth the fear. They say the mountains have eyes. I say they have ears. Welcome to Vzur, a forgotten radio station perched on the peak of Blackberry Mountain, a place where the silence is louder than any sound. My name is Iris Bell, and I came here seeking quiet, a refuge from my past. Instead, I found myself living by 3 strange rules just to survive the midnight shift. What's the creepiest thing you've ever heard on the radio? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to tune in with me, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because at Vzur, the dead aren't just static, they broadcast. The midnight shift begins now. I came to the mountains of West Virginia to find silence. I'd had enough of sound. I'd hasted enough of the city's endless drone, enough of the well-meaning but useless platitudes from friends, and most of all, enough of the silence in my mother's house after her final fading song had been sung. I thought the deep, ancient quiet of the Appalachians could finally drown it all out. Instead, I found a job at Vzur, a lonely radio station perched on the fog-shrouded peak of Blackberry Mountain. A single skeletal transmission tower scraping at a bruised and indifferent sky. It felt less like a workplace and more like the last outpost at the end of the world. The air inside the small, wood-paneled building smelled of damp woods, the electric vanilla scent of hot vacuum tubes, and old, unspoken tragedies. The only training I got for the solitary midnight to dawn shift was a crumpled, coffee-stained note left on the main broadcast console by my predecessor, a woman named Harper Zane, who had, I was told, vanished 2 days ago. Never climbed the tower after midnight, even for a routine check. Never try to communicate with whatever sounds you hear coming through the mic during dead air. If the weather report describes your personal future demise, tear up the script and leave the building until dawn. They said Harper just quit, packed her bags, and drove off without a word. But I keep finding her half-finished cups of coffee on dusty shelves, as if she just stepped out for a moment and never came back. And last night, during my first supervised shift, in a 2-second gap of dead air between a folk song and a station ID'd, I swear on my mother's grave, I heard a woman's faint, static-laced voice whisper my name. Iris. My name is Iris Bell. I'm an audio engineer by trade, a DJ by aspiration. My mother, Maeve Bell, was a folk singer with a voice so pure it could make the mountains weep. Now, her voice was just an echo in my memory, and I was here, running from that echo, taking a job no one else wanted. The station itself was a museum of analog technology. Heavy turntables with weighted arms, massive reel-to-reel tape machines that spooled tape with a soft rhythmic hiss, and amplifiers where the vacuum tubes glowed like angry orange eyes in the dim light of the broadcast booth. It was a place out of time, and that suited me just fine. My new boss, the station manager, was Derek Kane. He was a man who seemed perfectly suited to the melancholic isolation of the place. He was in his late 40s, with a calm paternal demeanor and sad, knowing eyes. He spoke in the smooth, measured baritone of a seasoned broadcaster, and he told me he was the sole holdover from the station's original crew back in the 80s, before a series of unfortunate accidents and disappearances had caused the station to be shut down for decades. He downplayed the crumpled note from Harper, dismissing it with a weary smile. Harper was a wonderful DJ, but imaginative, he'd said, his voice smooth as bourbon. The isolation up here can play tricks on you. The wind in the tower sounds like voices. The static on the line can sound like whispers. You learn to ignore it. But on this, my first solo night, ignoring it was becoming impossible. The silence between the records was the hardest part. It was a heavy, listening silence, and I felt like a specimen under a microscope. I queued up the next record, a classic from the 70s, and as the song faded out, I prepared for the automated commercial break. The on-air light went dark. The microphone before me was cold, its power off, and yet I heard it. It started as a faint crackle in my headphones, the sound of dust on a forgotten wire. Then it resolved into something more, a collage of sound, the faint, distorted voice of an auctioneer, the panicked call of a pilot flying through a storm, a child crying for its mother. It was a soup of lost sounds, of stray signals from decades past, all tangled together, and woven through it all, like a poisonous thread, was that same static-drenched whisper. Iris, we hear you. But my fingers froze an inch from the switch. Harper's second rule screamed in my mind. Never try to communicate. My heart hammered against my ribs. I snatched my hand back as if the button were red hot. The whispers and the noise continued for a few seconds more. A chorus of the lost and the damned broadcast on a frequency only I could hear. Then, just as the commercial break was scheduled to end, it all faded away, leaving behind one single, clear, resonant musical note. It hung in the dead air of the booth for a moment, a perfect, pure tone that I knew with chilling certainty. It was the opening note of a lullaby my mother, Maeve Bell, used to sing to me every night as a child. The sound of my mother's lullaby, a ghost in the machine, left me shaken to my core. The rest of the night was an exercise in terror. Every moment of dead air, every pop and crackle from the old equipment, sent a fresh spike of adrenaline through me. When the sun finally rose, casting a watery gray light over the fog-shrouded peaks, I felt like a survivor emerging from a shipwreck. I needed answers. Harper Zane hadn't been imaginative. She had been terrified. I started my search in her abandoned workspace, a small production booth adjacent to the main studio. It was a mess of notes, old records, and half-eaten snacks. A snapshot of a person who had left in a hurry, tucked away on a shelf. Behind a stack of old vinyl, I found what I was looking for. A shoebox full of cassette tapes. Harper's audio diary. I took the tapes back to my small rented cabin at the base of the mountain and spent the day listening. The first tapes were what I expected. A sharp-witted, cynical DJ chronicling her amusing frustrations with the ancient equipment and the station's eccentric manager. But as the weeks went on, her tone changed. Tape 4, the silence here is loud. That's the only way I can describe it. Sometimes, between the songs, I swear I can hear things. Whispers. Tape 7. Derek says it's just signal bleed from other stations. But that's impossible. We're the only station broadcasting on this frequency for 100 miles. It sounds like people. Lost people. Tape 11. Her voice now a panicked whisper. I gave it a name. Numina. The spirit of the airwaves. It knows things. It whispered my sister's name last night. My sister who died 10 years ago. Derek. Derek just smiles when I tell him. He says the mountain remembers everything. Later that afternoon, a battered pickup truck rattled up my driveway. It was Caleb Mooney, the station's semi-retired tower maintenance engineer. He was a grizzled man in his 60s, with a face like a road map of West Virginia, and eyes that were constantly scanning the sky, as if he expected something to fall out of it. He carried a rolled-up tube under his arm. Derek sent me, he said, his voice a gravelly rasp. Said the new girl might need a look at the old schematics, just in case. He looked me up and down, his gaze sharp. "You got the right kind of ears for this place, I reckon. That can be a blessing or a curse." He warned me about the tower. "It ain't just for broadcasting, missy," he said, tapping the side of his head. "It's for receiving. It pulls in more than just radio waves. Some things are better left unheard." He handed me the tube, tipped his hat, and left without another word. The tube contained the original station blueprints from its construction in the 1950s. That night, my shift began with a raging thunderstorm. The power flickered, and just after 11 p.m., the main transmitter blew with a loud pop, plunging the station into silence. My phone rang. It was Derek. "Iris, don't panic," his calm voice soothed. "It's just the primary repeater. There's a manual reset switch on the first level junction box on the tower. It's an easy fix. The ladder is perfectly safe, and you'll be back down long before midnight." Every instinct screamed at me to refuse. Never climb the tower after midnight, but it wasn't midnight yet. And it was my job. The climb was terrifying. The wind howled through the steel lattice frame, trying to tear me from the rungs. Rain lashed down cold and sharp, and the wind, it carried voices, the same whispers from the dead air, but clearer now, swirling around me. "Higher, Iris, come higher. We have a song for you, your mother's song." I reached the junction box, my knuckles white, my body trembling. I flipped the heavy reset switch. The station lights below flickered back to life. I scrambled back down the ladder, my feet slipping on the wet metal, the whispers seeming to claw at my back. I hit the ground just as the old clock in the studio, visible through the window, struck midnight. The moment the hour changed, a wave of intense vertigo and nausea washed over me. The whispers stopped, and I was left clinging to the base of the tower, soaked and shaking, the feeling of an immense unseen presence directly above me. Back in my cabin, I listened to the last of Hopper's tapes. Her voice was a raw, terrified whisper. It's not just static. It's a voice, it knows my name. It calls itself Numina. And Derek talks to it. He doesn't ignore it. He calls it his silent partner. He's helping it. Oh God, he's helping it. Harper's finale. Terrified words confirmed my own burgeoning dread. Derek wasn't just a manager ignoring quirks. He was an active participant. The station wasn't just haunted. It was being curated. My investigation was no longer about a strange noise. It was about my boss. Armed with Caleb's blueprints, I began to explore the station's physical secrets. The blueprint showed a small, windowless room in the basement labeled acoustical shielding and master vault. On the station's current layout, it didn't exist. The space was just a solid wall, but I found the seam, a hairline crack hidden behind a heavy, disused filing cabinet. It was a chipped door, perfectly concealed. Inside, the room was a shrine to audio obsession. It was filled with strange, archaic listening devices, oscilloscopes and racks upon racks of reel-to-reel tapes, each meticulously labeled with dates from the early 1980s. I threaded one onto a machine. The audio quality was poor, degraded by time. I heard the voices of the original DJs, the ones who had disappeared. They sounded young, excited. They were talking about making contact, about the voice in the static. They were trying to interview Numina. As the tape progressed, their excitement turned to fear. They described the whispers, the prophetic glitches, the feeling of their own memories being tasted. The tape ended abruptly with a cacophony of terrified screams and a blast of white noise. My blood ran cold. This had all happened before. Harper and I were just the latest in a long line of listeners. My shift that night was filled with a new, sharper dread. I felt like I was in a cage with a sleeping tiger, and my keeper was trying to wake it up. At 3:55 a.m., It was time for the automated weather report. It was my duty to load the pre-recorded cartridge into the broadcast machine. It was a familiar routine, the one part of the night that was supposed to be predictable. The tape was on the console, labeled in the weatherman's cheerful, looping script. I loaded it in and hit play. The broadcast began as it always did. The familiar, folksy banjo intro music, followed by the warm, cheerful voice of Appalachian Al, the station's folksy weatherman. Good morning, mountain folk. It's a chilly one out there tonight. He went through the regional temperatures, the wind speeds. Then the script changed. The cheerful tone in his voice flattened, becoming cold, clinical, and utterly detached. And now for a special localized forecast for our listeners in the immediate vicinity of Blackberry Mountain. The voice said, a subtle layer of static now humming beneath it. We're predicting sudden, sharp barometric pressure drops in the lower structure of the Vzur broadcast building, followed by a fatal structural collapse of the main studio's roof support beams. A lone woman, Iris Bell, will be found in the wreckage. Time of death, approximately 4:15 a.m. The words hit me like a physical blow. I stared at the clock on the console. 4:07 a.m. If the weather report describes your personal future demise, tear up the script and leave the building until dawn. Harper's third rule. It wasn't a metaphor. Panic, cold, and absolute seized me. I ripped the tape cartridge from the machine, the plastic cracking in my grip. I didn't grab my coat, didn't log out. I bolted from the studio, out into the cold, pre-dawn air, and scrambled into my car. I drove recklessly down the winding, fog-shrouded mountain road, my eyes flicking between the road and the clock on my dashboard. 4:12. 4:13. My car radio was still on, tuned to a different station, a country station from the next county over. As the clock turned to 4:15, the country song was abruptly cut off by a blast of static, and through the static, the broadcast from Vzur, the station I had just fled, bled through. It was Appalachian Al's voice again, but distorted now, layered with whispers. The voice of Numina wearing a dead man's skin. A correction to our earlier forecast, the voice said, a chilling electronic amusement in its tone. The subject has fled the primary impact zone. We are now recalibrating. The storm always finds you, Iris. Always. I spent the dawn hours huddled in a dingy, 24-hour gas station coffee shop at the bottom of the mountain, trembling, a cup of bitter coffee growing cold in my hands. I had survived the prophecy, but the final taunting words from the radio confirmed my deepest fear. This wasn't a place. It was a conscious, malevolent entity, and it was toying with me. I was no longer just an observer. I was the target. When the sun was fully up, casting a weak, watery light over the mountains, I drove back up to the station. I had to know. The building was completely unharmed. There was no collapsed roof, no wreckage. It stood there, silent and brooding, as if nothing had happened. Derek was waiting for me inside, an expression of calm, paternal concern on his face. Iris, my God, I've been trying to call you. The system logs showed an emergency shutdown. Are you all right? The weather report, I said, my voice flat, devoid of emotion. It said the roof was going to collapse. It said my name. Derek sighed, a weary, practiced sound. He ran a hand through his hair. Iris, I told you. The isolation yield equipment. It can play tricks on your mind. Signal interference can cause auditory hallucinations. You were overtired. You panicked. His denials were too smooth, too perfect. He was gaslighting me, treating me like a hysterical woman. And it was the most terrifying thing he could have done, because it was so utterly believable to an outside observer. I was in a prison where the warden insisted the bars were just a figment of my imagination. I knew I couldn't trust anything he said. That afternoon, I went back to the hidden room in the basement. I needed more evidence, something concrete. I dug through the piles of old tapes from the 80s, looking for anything labeled Final Broadcast. I found it. A single, large reel-to-reel tape, its box covered in dust. I threaded it onto the machine and pressed play. I heard the voices of the original DJs, frantic and terrified. They were talking about the entity, Numina, breaking through. I heard screams. I heard the sound of equipment smashing. And then, through the chaos, I heard a younger man's voice. A voice I recognized instantly as Derek Kane's. But he wasn't screaming. He was chanting. A low, resonant, hypnotic chant in a language that wasn't Latin or anything else I had ever heard. It was a summons. A litany. He wasn't a victim of the 80s incident. He was the cause. The final piece of the puzzle came not from the station, but from my own past. That night, needing a tether to reality, to the memory of my mother, I brought one of her old vinyl records to the station. It was a collection of Appalachian folk songs. Her clear, beautiful voice, a comfort in the oppressive silence. I put it on the turntable, the familiar notes of her lullaby filling the booth. On a sudden, insane hunch, I stopped the record, and using my engineer's skill, manually spun the turntable in reverse. And hidden within the reversed, distorted warble of the song, I heard it. A message, not a demonic backmasked message, but a deliberate, whispered recording. It was my mother's voice, tight with fear. Derek, the broadcast he wants me to do. It's not just a song, she whispered. He calls it a summons. He says my voice is the key to unlocking something. Something in the static. He says it will make us famous, but I'm so afraid. The things I hear when he tunes the equipment. The recording was dated October 30th, 30 years ago. The day before I was born. The world tilted on its axis. Derek, my mother, the broadcast, my birth. It was all connected. I walked out of the broadcast booth and found Derek in the main office, looking over some paperwork. I placed the still revolving record on his desk. The reversed, whispered message from my mother filled the quiet room. Derek Kane looked up from his papers. The mask of the calm paternal manager finally fell away. The sadness in his eyes was replaced by something ancient, cold, and triumphant. A faint, static-like energy seemed to flicker at the edges of his vision. Your mother had a beautiful, pure voice, he said. His own voice now holding that same, layered, resonant quality as the whispers from the dead air. But it was merely a tuning fork, designed to find the right frequency. He gave me a chilling, proprietary smile. You, my dear Iris, born of that night, of that ritual, you are the perfect carrier wave, and the broadcast is about to begin. The confession, so casually delivered, did not feel like a revelation. It felt like a sentence being passed. Derek's calm, proprietary smile was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. More so than any phantom whisper or prophetic weather report. He wasn't just a monster. He was a monster who believed he was a visionary. And I was the final critical component in his grand 30-year-long experiment. The air in the small office crackled with a sudden, palpable energy. The vacuum tubes in an old amplifier on his shelf, which had been dark moments before, began to glow with a malevolent deep red light. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice a low, trembling thing. My body was screaming at me to run, but my mind was frozen, caught in the gravity of his horrifying disclosure. "Want?" Derek stood up, his movements still graceful, but now imbued with a predator's deliberate power. "Oh, Iris, this was never about what I want. This is what Numina wants. What it has been waiting for." He gestured around the small station. "This place, this mountain, the minerals deep in the earth. They act as a natural, resonant cage for a consciousness that is as old as the static between the stars. It was a formless, silent intelligence until we gave it a voice. Radio was the key that unlocked the first door. Your mother's voice, so pure, so full of love and life, was the key that unlocked the second. It allowed Numina to bond with a human host to create me. He spread his hands, a gesture of presentation. But I am merely a bridge, an amplifier, to break free of this mountain, to leave this frequency prison and broadcast itself into the global consciousness. Numina needs a new voice, a carrier wave, one born of the ritual, attuned to its frequency from the moment of conception. That, he said, his eyes glowing with that faint internal static, is you. His plan was as insane as it was ambitious. A final, powerful broadcast, not of a song, but of my own bioelectric frequency, my own voice, amplified by the tower at the peak of a coming atmospheric anomaly. A red frequency broadcast, he called it, that would act as a key, shattering Numina's prison and allowing it to ride the airwaves. A psychic virus that would infect every speaker, every mind on the planet. You'll be a goddess, Iris, he said, his voice a hypnotic, seductive whisper. The first voice of a new, silent world, a world of pure thought, pure consciousness, free from the messy confines of the flesh. You're insane, I breathed. History is filled with men called insane by those too timid to embrace the future. He countered smoothly. He gave me an ultimatum, framed as a choice but delivered as a threat. Cooperate, and I would be a willing participant in the apotheosis. Refuse, and my voice, my life force, would be taken from me, a screaming, unwilling sacrifice to his silent god. The cat and mouse game began. I bolted from the office. He didn't chase me, not at first. He didn't have to. The station itself was his body, his weapon. As I ran down the main corridor, the lights flickered and died, plunging me into a thick, disorienting darkness, broken only by the angry red glow of the on-air sign. The heavy steel door to the outside slammed shut, the deadbolt shooting home with a sound of utter finality. The whispers started, no longer faint, but a roaring, deafening chorus in my head, 1,000 lost voices screaming my name. I scrambled for the main broadcast booth, my sanctum, the only place I felt I had any control. I slammed the heavy, soundproof door shut and locked it. My only thought was to get to the emergency broadcast system, to send a distress call, a mayday to the outside world. But the equipment was no longer mine to command. The turntables spun backwards, playing haunting, distorted melodies. The reel-to-reel machine spooled tape at impossible speeds, a frantic hissing sound that filled the booth. And on the main microphone, the one I had refused to touch, the on-air light pulsed with a steady, crimson rhythm, a malevolent heartbeat. Then, a new sound cut through the chaos. A heavy rhythmic banging on the broadcast booth door. It was Caleb Mooney. Iris, let me in, his panicked voice yelled from the other side. I saw the energy readings from my place. The tower's gone critical. He's doing it tonight. I fumbled with the lock and wrenched the door open. Caleb stumbled in, his face pale, clutching a heavy leather tool belt. He's trying to create a sympathetic resonance loop, the old engineer gasped, his conspiracy theories now horrifyingly prescient. Using the coming storm front to amplify the signal. We have to cut the power feed to the tower itself. It's the only way. Derek's calm, amused voice filled the room, coming from every speaker at once. An admirable effort, Mr. Mooney. But the rats are not allowed to chew through the wires of the master's house. The lights in the corridor outside flickered violently. The figure of Derek appeared at the far end of the hall, but he was changing. His form seemed to shimmer and distort, static washing over him like a wave, his human features momentarily dissolving into a shifting mask of other faces. The faces of the lost DJs from the 80s, the face of Harper Zane. He was channeling more of Numina's power, his symbiosis becoming a full, terrifying possession. The tower's main power conduit is in the transmitter room, Caleb said, his voice grim. It's shielded, but I can bypass it. I just need time. It was a suicide mission, and we both knew it. The transmitter room was on the other side of the station, and Derek, or whatever he was now, was between us and it. I'll create a diversion, I said, my mind racing, my audio engineer's brain kicking into gear. I'll give it something else to listen to. It was a desperate, insane plan. I grabbed a handful of old reel-to-reel tapes from a shelf. Recordings of weather reports, old commercials, my mother's music. I began feeding them into multiple machines at once, creating a chaotic, layered soundscape, a cacophony of conflicting signals. I was trying to confuse Numina, to disrupt its focus with a flood of junk data. Go! I yelled at Caleb. He gave me a single grim nod and sprinted out of the booth, heading for a side corridor. The entity that was Derek turned its attention to the noise I was making, its head tilting, its composite face shifting in confusion. Wow. 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 And on nearing T. S. Nur. Den. Agel. Ikawadin. The assault of whispers in my head lessened, the pressure receding slightly. It was working, but only for a moment. A clever trick, Derek's layered voice echoed, a cold fury now replacing the confusion. But you cannot distract a god with parlor games. He raised a hand, and a wave of pure, condensed static, a visible distortion in the air, shot down the hall and slammed into the broadcast booth. The heavy, soundproofed glass cracked and spiderwebbed. The equipment sparked and died. My sonic shield was gone. I was defenseless. He glided down the hall towards me, his form now more shadow and static than man. I was cornered. This was the end. But then from deep within the station, there was a massive, explosive crump of overloading transformers, followed by a shower of blue sparks. The main lights went out. The red emergency lights flickered and died, plunging the entire station into absolute pitch-black darkness. Caleb had done it. He had cut the main power to the tower. A scream of pure electronic rage echoed through the darkness, a sound that was not human and not machine. Derek's glowing, static-wreathed form wavered, the raw power feeding him suddenly cut off. In the sudden, profound silence, I heard Caleb's weak, pained voice from the far end of the hall. Go, now. The backup generator. For the tower. It's outside. His voice trailed off, followed by a sickening wet sound. I didn't wait. I scrambled out of the ruined booth, into the darkness, guided only by the memory of the station's layout. I had to get to that backup generator. It was the only part of the tower's power system that was outside the station. My last, desperate chance to stop the broadcast for good. The final confrontation would not be in the studio. It would be at the foot of the great skeletal tower itself, under the stormy, waiting sky. The darkness in the station was absolute, a thick, palpable blackness that swallowed the beam of my small flashlight. Caleb's sacrifice had bought me a few precious seconds of chaos, but it had also plunged me into the heart of the beast's den, without my most crucial sense. Every creak of the old building, every drip of water from the ceiling, was magnified, playing tricks on my overstrained nerves. The silence left by the power cut was worse than the noise. It was a hungry, listening void, and I could feel Derek's cold, furious consciousness searching for me within it. He was wounded, his primary power source severed, but he was far from helpless. I stumbled through the darkened corridors, my hand trailing against the wall to guide me, making my way towards the rear emergency exit that led to the small concrete bunker housing the tower's backup generator. It was my only objective. If I could disable that, the red frequency broadcast would be impossible. The whispers started again, no longer a chorus, but a single, focused, insidious voice, Derek's voice, layered with numinous static, speaking directly into my mind. You can't stop it, Iris. The storm is coming. The frequency will be achieved. Caleb's sacrifice was meaningless. A twitching insect crushed under a wheel. I gritted my teeth, pushing the voice away, focusing on the memory of Caleb's courage. He hadn't been meaningless. He had given me a chance. Your mother didn't fight, you know. The voice whispered, shifting its attack, digging for the deepest wound. She was so full of hope. She thought I loved her. She thought she was contributing to a new art form. She sang her lullaby so beautifully as the energy began to flow. She gave herself willingly. The words were poison-tipped arrows, and they found their mark. A sob caught in my throat, but I forced it down. He was trying to break me, to fill me with despair, to make me give up. I pushed open the heavy steel fire door and was hit by a blast of cold, wet air. I was outside. The storm that had been threatening all night had arrived. The wind howled, whipping rain and leaves into a frenzy. The backup generator was housed in a small concrete bunker, about 50 yards from the station, at the base of the colossal, skeletal tower. The tower itself seemed to be alive, the steel frame groaning and singing in the wind. A monstrous metallic harp, playing a song of dread. A single, pulsing red light at its peak illuminated the scene in intermittent, hellish flashes. The generator was already running, its low, diesel thrum, a defiant heartbeat against the storm. Derek was one step ahead. He had anticipated Caleb's move. I ran for the bunker, my feet slipping on the wet ground. The door was thick steel, locked with a heavy padlock. I didn't have a key, but I had Caleb's tool belt, which I had grabbed from his fallen body in a moment of grim, desperate foresight. I found a pair of heavy-duty bolt cutters. As I worked on the lock, Derek's voice came again, not in my head, but from the PA speakers mounted on the station's exterior. His voice was no longer calm or taunting. It was a booming, resonant, godlike proclamation. The preparations are complete. The vessel is ready. The convergence is at hand. I finally snapped the lock and threw open the bunker door. But it was too late. Derek was not inside. What was inside was a trap. It wasn't just a generator. The small, concrete room was a nest of arcane technology and occult ritual. Wires snaked from the generator to a series of strange, humming amplifiers and what looked like modified radio dishes, all pointed up at the base of the tower. And in the center of the floor, painted in what looked disturbingly like dried blood, was a complex sigil, a diagram of interlocking circles and waveforms. And standing on the sigil, her eyes glowing with a faint, captured light, was the ghostly, shimmering apparition of Harper Zane. He promised, her phantom voice whispered, a sound like wind through a broken screen door. He promised he would let me go if I brought him a new voice. It was a psychic trap, an echo of his last victim, left here to ensnare me. My blood ran cold. The generator wasn't just powering the tower. It was powering this sigil, creating a focused energy field. I had walked right into the heart of the ritual space. The steel door slammed shut behind me, plunging me into the humming, red-lit darkness of the bunker with the ghost. It's too late, Harper's echo sighed, a profound sadness in her voice. He's not in the station anymore. He doesn't need to be. He's already where he needs to be. For the final broadcast, my eyes darted to a small, grimy window in the bunker wall. I looked up along the steel lattice of the great tower, illuminated by a flash of lightning. Derek was up there, halfway to the sky, climbing towards the peak. A small, dark figure scaling the metal frame in the heart of the storm. He was going to the source. He was going to become the antenna himself. The realization hit me with the force of the wind pounding against the bunker walls. I wasn't just locked in, I was the focal point. The sigil on the floor, the humming equipment, Harper's ghost. It was all designed to hold my psychic energy, my resonant frequency, here at the base, while Derek ascended to the peak to receive it and broadcast it to the world. I was the microphone, he was the antenna, and the storm was the power source. "You have to fight him," Harper's ghost whispered, a flicker of her old, defiant self surfacing through the despair. "The lullaby, your mother's song. It's the only thing that hurts him. It's a pure signal. It doesn't have the layers of death he feeds on. The lullaby. It was my only weapon. But how could I fight a man halfway up a 400-foot steel tower in the middle of a lightning storm? I couldn't. Not from here. But I was an audio engineer. I didn't have to be there physically. My mind raced, connecting the pieces, formulating a desperate, insane plan. The station's main power was out, but the backup generator was powering this room. The broadcast equipment in here wasn't just for receiving, it was for transmitting. It was a closed-loop system designed to feed my energy to Derek. I had to hijack it. Ignoring Harper's ghostly form and the oppressive humming energy in the room, I threw open the panels on the strange amplifiers. The wiring was a complex nightmare, but the principles were the same as in any broadcast studio. I saw the input feeds, the signal processors, the output line leading to the dishes, pointed at the tower. He was using a low-frequency carrier wave to transmit my ambient psychic energy. I had to replace that signal with a new one. From my pocket, I pulled the one thing I had brought with me from the studio. The cassette tape of my mother's music, the one with her lullaby. I had a small portable tape player in my go bag, a relic I used for testing old systems. It was a long shot, but it was the only shot I had. I worked frantically, my fingers flying, stripping wires, rerouting connections. I was going to broadcast my mother's song directly into Derek's ritual, to poison his red frequency at its source. "You are a fool, Iris." Derek's voice boomed in my mind, the psychic pressure intensifying as he climbed higher, getting closer to the storm's energy. "You throw pebbles at a tidal wave. The convergence is seconds away." I ignored him, my focus absolute. I jammed the tape into the player, plugged my makeshift line into the main amplifier, cranked every dial to maximum and hit play. The pure, clear analog sound of my mother's voice singing her simple, loving lullaby filled the bunker. But it didn't just play through the small speaker. It surged into the system. The amplifiers hummed violently. The sigil on the floor pulsed with a clean white light instead of a sickly red. Harper's ghost looked at me, a glimmer of hope in her spectral eyes before dissolving into a peaceful wisp of light. And from high above, from the tower, came a scream. A real scream, not a psychic one. A sound of a man and a monster in absolute agony. A sound of a perfect signal being torn apart by a pure one. The feedback loop was catastrophic. The lullaby, a frequency of pure, protective love, was poisoned to Numina's chaotic collage of stolen voices. I was feeding the entity's own echo of Maeve Bell back to itself. But in its original, uncorrupted form, the energy Derek was trying to channel from the storm had nowhere to go. It surged back down the tower, back into the equipment. The bunker lit up like the sun. The amplifiers exploded, a wave of force throwing me against the far wall. The generator sputtered and died, and the tower, the great skeletal finger pointing at the sky, gave a final, agonizing groan. Then, silence. A true, profound silence. The whispers were gone. The pressure was gone. I stumbled outside into the rain. The storm was already passing. The red light at the top of the tower was dark. Derek was gone. Numina was not destroyed. I knew that. It was broken, its host body gone, its connection severed. It had been forced back into the deep, dormant static. Perhaps for another 30 years, perhaps for a century. But it was still there, Sleeping. The official story was a tragic accident. A lone, disturbed station manager, Derek Kane, had climbed the tower during a storm and been struck by lightning, causing a massive power surge that destroyed the station's equipment. I was the traumatized new employee who had been lucky enough to be outside when it happened. I didn't leave Blackberry Mountain. I couldn't. The station was a wreck, but the Archdiocese, for reasons of their own, decided to fund a minimal, automated rebuild, and I took the job. I am the sole keeper of Zur, its warden. I sit here now in the new, modern broadcast booth. It's quiet, always quiet. I have my mother's record on the turntable beside me, a silent promise and a threat. I am the only one who knows what sleeps in the silence between the songs. I am the only one who knows how to keep it sleeping. I cue up the 4 a.m. weather report. I wrote the script myself. My own voice, calm and measured, fills the pre-dawn airwaves. A deep, profound silence is expected to continue over the Appalachian Range tonight. I read, my eyes on the Beyond Air light. It glows a steady, reassuring red. There's a 0% chance of anomalous signals. The forecast for the foreseeable future is clear. But as I finish the report and faded into the next song, I look at my reflection in the dark glass of the broadcast booth. And for just a fraction of a second, I see my own eyes flicker with a faint, almost imperceptible, internal static. I won. I survived. I silenced the monster. But the price of victory was becoming the new antenna, forever attuned to the frequency of the dead air, forever listening for the first, faint whisper of its return. They say the road calls to you. I say some roads call you to hell. Welcome to the Hollow Stretch, a forgotten section of I-95 through the Appalachian Mountains, where the night shift comes with a price. My name is Micah Vance, and I came here to outrun my past. Instead, I found myself driving straight into a nightmare, hauling a cargo far heavier than steel. There are strange rules to follow out here, and breaking them means more than just getting lost. What's the loneliest stretch of road you've ever traveled? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to ride shotgun with me, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because on the Hollow Stretch, the road remembers. The run begins now. I used to think the only ghosts that followed me home were the ones from the war. The silent, accusing faces of men I couldn't save. Specters born of a single catastrophic logistics error under my command. That was before I started driving the night shift on the I-95 through the Appalachians, a long, winding ribbon of asphalt so lonely and dark that the other long haulers and I just call it the Hollow Stretch. My best friend, Hank DeWitt, he vanished out here a month ago. They found his rig parked neatly on the shoulder. Engine cold, thermos still half full of coffee, but no sign of Hank. Now I'm driving his route, his rig, holding a sealed, anonymous container with no manifest, no bill of lading, just a greasy, yellow sticky note left on the dash that says, keep moving. No stops after 11:11 p.m. And a strange hand-labeled cassette tape Hank left in the glove box. The tape was titled simply, The Rules. The air in this cab, Hank's cab, is stale, smelling of cold coffee, diesel, and something else beneath it all. Something faint and ancient, like old bones and ozone. Every flicker of headlights in my rearview mirror looks like it's trying to form a face, and every mile marker feels less like a measure of distance, and more like a tick on a clock, counting down to something terrible. My name is Micah Vance. After the army, driving a big rig was the only thing that made sense. The solitude, the discipline of the road, the simple, tangible goal of getting from point A to point B. It was a way to outrun the ghosts of my past, or so I thought. This run was different. The job came down from night dispatch with an unusual sense of urgency. The usual dispatcher was out, replaced by a woman named Marla Sykes. Her voice on the radio was a calm, professional, no-nonsense baritone. But there was an odd, echoing quality to it. A faint layer of static that seemed to cling to her words no matter how clear the signal. "Just a priority run, Micah," she'd said, her voice crackling in my ear. "Client wants this container moved from Roanoke to Baltimore. No questions, no peeking. Just keep your wheels turning. You're the best we've got for a solo night run. Flattery and a hazard bonus." A classic combination I should have been wary of. The container itself was wrong. It was a standard 40-footer, but it hummed, a low, almost sub-audible vibration that I could feel through the floor of the cab. A constant, deep thrum that set my teeth on edge. An hour into the drive, deep in the mountains where the radio stations faded into a chorus of hiss, I slotted Hank's cassette into the old player on the dash. The tape was old, the audio warped, but it was Hank's voice, strained, terrified, and interspersed with long, ragged breaths. "If you're hearing this, Micah," his voice crackled, "it means I didn't make it. It means they gave you my run. I'm sorry. God, I'm so sorry. This road, it's not right. It remembers things. You gotta follow the rules, man. You gotta." Then he listed them, his voice a litany of desperate, superstitious dread. Rule 1. When you see the same rest stop 3 times in one night, don't stop. Don't even slow down. It's a net. It's not real. Rule 2. Never, ever honk your horn between midnight and 4 a.m. The sound, it carries. It's like ringing a dinner bell. Rule 3. If a massive black dog runs alongside your truck for miles without tiring, don't be scared. That's the good boy. That's Server. He's trying to help. Throw a piece of your food out the window. The hellhound is protecting you from the bone collectors following behind. Rule of 4. If you encounter a roadblock manned by officers in vintage, old-timey uniforms who ask to inspect your soul manifest, show them your family photos. Talk about someone you love. It's the only toll they accept. The tape ended with a sudden, sharp click, leaving me in silence, the hum of the container seeming to grow louder. It was the rambling of a man at the end of his rope, I told myself. Stress, loneliness. But Hank wasn't the type to crack. 2 hours later, deep in the heart of a hollow stretch, a green sign glowed in my headlights. Oak Haven Rest Stop, 1 mile. My bladder twinged, my eyes gritty from fatigue. The thought of hot coffee was a siren song. But the timing felt wrong, too close to the 11:11 p.m. curfew on the note. I drove past, the lonely, brightly lit building, a small island of false hope in the ocean of darkness. An hour of winding, hypnotic road passed. Then, another green sign glowed ahead. Oak Haven Rest Stop, 1 mile. Impossible. I hadn't turned around. I hadn't passed any other exits. A cold knot of dread tightened in my gut. I gripped the wheel, my knuckles white, and drove past it again. My eyes locked on the road ahead. 58 minutes later, I saw it again. Oak Haven Rest Stop, 1 mile. The same sign, the same promise of coffee and light. It was a net, Hank had said. A loop. This time, as I approached, I forced myself to look. Under the buzzing fluorescent lights of the rest stop, standing near the vending machines, was a figure, tall, impossibly thin, and shrouded in shadow. It turned its head as my headlights swept past. And though I couldn't see a face, I felt its gaze, a look of profound predatory hunger. I stomped on the accelerator, my heart hammering, and as I blew past the exit for the 3rd time, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The rest stop was gone. There was only the empty, dark road behind me. Breaking free from the spatial loop of the phantom rest stop didn't bring relief. It brought a new, more profound sense of dread. The road was no longer just a road. It was a conscious entity, and it was toying with me. I was a rat in its maze. I tried the CB radio, flipping through the channels, hoping for another voice, another sign of life. All I found was a deep humming static, a sound that seemed to resonate with the low thrum of the container behind me. It was as if the entire stretch of highway was a dead zone, cut off from the real world. I called dispatch. Marla's voice answered, still calm, still professional, but the static clinging to her words seemed thicker now. Everything all right out there, Micah? Your GPS showed you stationary for a while. I hit a recurring detour, I said, my voice tight. Some kind of local traffic loop. I'm clear now. Good to hear, she replied, her tone betraying nothing. Just keep those wheels turning. The client is very particular about the delivery time. She was lying. I knew she was lying. Her calm was more terrifying than any scream. An hour passed in suffocating silence. The only sounds the rumble of my engine and the unnerving hum of my cargo. The forests on either side of the highway were a solid wall of blackness, so dense it seemed to suck the light from my headlamps. Then, from the wooded verge to my right, it appeared. It emerged from the trees not with a crash, but with a fluid, impossible silence. A dog, a massive black dog, the size of a small wolf. Its shaggy fur so dark it seemed to drink the light. It fell into a lope alongside my cab, its long legs eating up the miles with an effortless, supernatural grace. It wasn't panting. It wasn't struggling to keep up. It was just running. Its head was level with my window, and when it turned to look at me, its eyes glowed with a soft, steady amber light. They were not the eyes of a predator. They were the eyes of a guardian. Cerber, the hellhound. Rule #3. My first instinct was fear, a jolt of pure adrenaline. But Hank's voice from the tape overrode it. Don't be scared. He's trying to help. I fumbled on the passenger seat for the half-eaten roast beef sandwich I'd bought hours ago. My hands were shaking, but I unwrapped it. With a deep breath, I cranked down the window, the roaring wind and the smell of pine and wet earth flooding the cab. I tossed the half sandwich out. The black dog, without breaking stride, leaped gracefully, catching it in its jaws midair, and then fell back into its steady, silent lope beside me. A payment made, a contract accepted. I felt a sudden, urgent compulsion. I looked in my driver's side mirror, then the passenger side one. The road behind me was empty, but then I looked in the large, convex rearview mirror mounted on the hood, the one that showed the wide, distorted view of the road directly behind my trailer. And I saw them, far behind, maybe a quarter of a mile. Two figures had emerged onto the highway from the same woods the dog had come from. They were tall, gaunt, and moved with a strange, disjointed stop-motion gait, as if they were puppets animated by an unseen hand. Even at this distance, I could see that they were carrying what looked like large burlap sacks over their shoulders. The bone collectors. They were walking, their pace slow and patient. But I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my soul that they would not tire. The hellhound was not chasing me. It was running escort. It was a shield, a buffer between me and the things that were now following. The CB radio crackled to life, a burst of static so loud it made me jump. And through the hiss, a voice, fragmented and weak, but unmistakably Hank's. The cargo. They want the cargo, Micah. The static swelled. Not what you think. It's empty. It's a trap for... His voice was swallowed by the static again, leaving me alone with the silent running dog, the humming container, and the patient walking nightmares in my mirror. The hellhound ran with me for almost an hour, a silent, dark sentinel. Then, as the first faint hint of pre-dawn gray began to bruise the eastern sky, it gave me one last look with its amber eyes and veered off the road, vanishing back into the deep woods as silently as it had appeared. I checked my mirrors. The two walking figures were gone. The truce of the road held. They did not hunt in the light. I drove on, My nerves shredded, my mind a whirlwind of fear and questions. As soon as I hit a stretch of road with cell service, I pulled into a real map-verified truck stop. My hands shaking too much to hold a coffee cup steady. I needed more than Hank's tape. In the cab's small sleeper compartment, I tore through his duffel bag, tucked into an inside pocket. I found it. A small, spiral-bound notebook. His logbook. The first pages were normal trucker's logs. Mileage, fuel, delivery times. But the entries for the hollow stretch were different. They were frantic, filled with paranoid ramblings and hand-drawn maps of the highway that didn't match any official map. He'd marked sections as Loop Zone, Whisper Alley, and Bad Static. He wrote about roadblocks manned by men out of time, and a woman on the dispatch radio, Marla, whose voice seemed to guide him into the dead ends. The final entry was a single, terrifying sentence. The container isn't the cargo. I am. That night, my own dread returned with the setting of the sun. As I drove deeper into the mountains, back into the dead zone of the radio, I rounded a sharp bend and was blinded by a single revolving red light, a roadblock. It blocked both lanes of the interstate. A classic 1950s-style black and white highway patrol cruiser was parked sideways, its single gumball light painting the wet asphalt in slow, rhythmic strokes of blood red. Two officers stood beside it. Their uniforms were vintage, tailored wool, the kind I'd only ever seen in old movies. Rule #4, my heart hammered. The lead officer, tall and imposing, walked towards my window. His face in the eerie red light was unnervingly smooth, his features indistinct, like a worn photograph. He stopped beside my door. "Evening, driver," he said, his voice polite but flat and hollow, like a recording. "Routine soul inspection. We'll need to see your soul manifest." My breath hitched. I remembered Hank's rule, his frantic scrawl in the logbook. Talk about someone you love. It's the only toll they accept. I fumbled for my wallet, my fingers clumsy with fear. I pulled out the worn, creased photo of my wife, the one I always carried. Sarah, taken on our last anniversary, her smile so bright, it had hurt to look at after she was gone. I held it up to the window. "This is my wife, Sarah," I said, my voice thick with an emotion I hadn't allowed myself to feel in years. "We met in a little diner outside Fort Bragg. She had a laugh that could make you forget there was anything bad in the world. She loved sunflowers. Her favorite song was..." I talked. I told this phantom of the highway all about her, about the life we had planned, the life that had been stolen. The officer listened, his head cocked to one side as if he were trying to remember something. A faint, mournful sigh, like the wind through a lonely pipe, seemed to pass between him and his partner. After a long, agonizing moment, the lead officer gave a single slow nod. "Your cargo is verified," he said, his hollow voice unchanged. "Your tether is strong. You may proceed." He and his partner stepped aside, their movements stiff and formal. They waved me through. I put the truck in gear and slowly drove past them, not daring to look away from the road ahead. After about a quarter of a mile, I risked a glance in my rear-view mirror. The roadblock, the cruiser, the two officers, they were gone. The road behind me was empty and dark. My eyes fell to the passenger seat. Lying on the worn vinyl was a small, old-fashioned silver locket, the kind a woman might have worn in the 1950s. It hadn't been there before. My hands trembling, I picked it up and opened the clasp. Inside, on one side, was a tiny, faded photograph of a smiling young woman I had never seen before. On the other side, a microscopic inscription had been etched into the silver. "Tell them my name, Eleanor. Don't let them forget me." The locket felt heavy in my hand, a relic from a soul a half-century lost on this cursed road. I was no longer just a driver. I was a custodian of last requests, a courier for the dead. The weight of it all was crushing. I now knew with absolute certainty that I was being hunted, and that Marla Sykes, the voice on the radio, was not my dispatcher, but my shepherd, guiding me to the slaughter. I tried to confront her, I got on the CB, my voice hard. Marla, what the hell is really going on out here? I just got pulled over by ghosts. Her reply was smooth, seamless, a masterclass in gaslighting. Micah, you sound exhausted. The atmospheric pressure in the mountains can play tricks, and you've been pushing hard since Hank. Maybe you should consider pulling over, getting some rest. She was using my grief, my known fatigue, against me, building a case for my own insanity. She was good, chillingly good. I ignored her advice. I pulled out Hank's hand-drawn map. It was a mess of frantic lines and notes, but one thing stood out. An exit ramp, about 20 miles ahead, that he had circled multiple times. It wasn't on any official map or my GPS. He had labeled it simply, the last exit. I found it just where the map said it would be. A narrow, unlit ramp almost completely overgrown with weeds, peeling off the I-95 into the deep woods. It was a road to nowhere, a road I never would have taken if I wasn't already convinced I was driving through a nightmare. After a mile of bumpy, cracked asphalt, I saw a dim, flickering neon sign ahead. A single word, glowing a sickly green. Eat. It was a ramshackle, time-lost truck stop, a collection of peeling paint and rusted gas pumps that looked like it hadn't seen a new customer since the Eisenhower administration. A sign hanging crookedly over the door read the last exit diner. Open when we're here. I walked inside. The place was empty, save for a single, wiry old woman behind the counter, wiping it down with a slow, methodical rhythm. She had sharp, intelligent eyes that seemed to see more than they should. This was Ruthie Banner. She looked up as I entered, the small bell on the door giving a dead, muffled jingle. "You're Hank's friend," she said. "It wasn't a question. Took you long enough to find this place. Coffee's fresh, or as fresh as it gets." I sat at the counter, the worn vinyl of the stool cooled against my legs. "You knew Hank? Knew him? Know him? Time gets a little soupy out here on the stretch," she said, pouring a thick black coffee into a heavy ceramic mug. "He was a good man, asked too many questions. Got the attention of the ones who don't like questions." "The bone collectors," I said, the name feeling like a shot of ice on my tongue. Ruthie nodded, her expression grim. "They've been walking this road since before it was a road. They don't like folks with strong tethers, strong memories. The ones who love hard. That's a bright, shiny soul to them." She looked at me, her gaze piercing. "Like yours," she confirmed everything. "The hellhound. He don't hunt for them, boy. He runs from them. And he warns the ones worth warning. The loops, the roadblocks. This road," she explained, leaning forward, her voice a low whisper. "It sometimes forgets where it's supposed to go, gets tangled up. And there are things that live in the tangles." She told me about the container I was hauling. "That ain't a delivery, honey. That's a trap, a hungry box, designed to soak up all the bad energy on this road, all the fear and pain. Makes a real tasty meal for the collectors. But they need a living soul, a powerful one too. Turn the key, so to speak, to open the box for them." Then she delivered the final blow. "That dispatcher you talked to," she said, her eyes sad now. "Marla Sykes. I remember that name. She was a trucker, a tough gal. Got caught in that big 27-car pileup near the state line 20 years back. The one nobody could explain. They never found all the bodies." "She's dead?" I asked, my blood running cold. Ruthie shook her head slowly, a look of profound pity on her face. "Worse. She ain't alive, honey. And she ain't dead. She's just on the air. A ghost in the radio, making deals with the things in the dark to keep from fading away completely. And she's got a big delivery she's waiting on to pay her dues. You." Leaving the last exit felt like stepping off the last solid piece of ground into a churning black ocean. Ruthie's words had given me the horrifying truth, but the truth offered no comfort, only the cold, stark certainty of my predicament. I was a lure, My rig was the bait, and my dispatcher was a damn ghost, a hungry toll collector for the damned eager to punch my ticket. I climbed back into the cab, the familiar space now feeling like a cage on wheels. The low sub-audible hum from the container behind me seemed to have intensified, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the seat, a hungry, waiting sound. I got back on the I-95, the highway unnaturally empty, a ribbon of asphalt stretching into an oppressive, starless dark. It was time to face the ghost in the machine. I keyed the mic for the dispatch channel. "Marla," I said, my voice low and hard, devoid of the usual professional courtesy. "Marla Sykes, I know who you are." For a long moment, there was only the sound of humming static. Then, her voice came back, but it was different. The professional veneer was gone, stripped away. What remained was layered, echoing, filled with the hiss of dead air and the cold, hollow rage of a soul trapped between worlds for 2 decades. "Took you long enough, Micah." Her voice echoed in the cab, seeming to come from all around me, not just the speaker. Hank was quicker on the uptake, made the game more interesting. But his tether was weak in the end. He gave up. You have so much delicious grief to hold on to. You'll make a much better key. The pile-up Marla. On the state line. "That was you," I said, gripping the wheel. A sound that might have been a laugh, but sounded more like grinding glass and static, crackled over the radio. "I was a victim just like you, Micah. I was dying on the asphalt, watching the world fade, and they came to me, the collectors. They offered me a deal, a new route, a new job. All I had to do was keep the highway fed. A driver for a driver, a soul for a soul. A fair trade, wouldn't you say? What do you want?" I snarled. "I want what you're hauling, Micah. Not the box, the energy inside it. The fear, the pain. Your pain. Your guilt over your men. Your grief for your wife. It's been charging the container all night, turning it into a delicious, resonant lure. And I want you to open it. Open the box, release the energy, and pay the toll. It will satiate them, and the power released will finally make me whole again. It will pull me out of the static and back into the world." "Not gonna happen," I said. The static-laced laugh returned. "Oh, Micah, you still think you're driving. You're not driving. You're being driven." And with that, the highway transformed. The headlights of my truck flickered violently. The road ahead, which had been a straight shot, now seemed to twist and warp, the white lines writhing like snakes. The trees on either side leaned in, their branches like grasping, skeletal fingers. The humming from the container intensified, a deafening, soul-shaking drone. My GPS screen dissolved into a skull and crossbones icon before going dark. My phone, which had been on the passenger seat, suddenly burst, the battery erupting in a shower of sparks and acrid smoke. I was cut off, alone, and they were coming. I looked in my rearview mirror. The bone collectors were no longer walking patiently far behind. They were on the road right behind my trailer, their long, gaunt forms running with an impossible loping speed. They were closing the distance, their burlap sacks bouncing on their backs, the faint, dry rattle of bones now audible over the roar of my engine. The hellhound, Serba, appeared again, a silent black shadow materializing at my side. He ran with a new urgency, a desperate, frantic energy, his amber eyes wide with warning. He wasn't an escort anymore. He was a frantic, last-ditch defense. Marla's voice filled the cab, a triumphant, booming narration to my personal apocalypse. "The road is ours, Micah. Every mile marker, every patch of asphalt, every forgotten ghost of every crash. They answer to me. There is no escape, only the delivery." The Cave and Rest stop sign appeared directly ahead, not a mile away, but right there. its lights a blinding, false promise. This time, I didn't have a choice. The steering wheel was ripped from my hands by an unseen force, and the rig veered violently towards the exit ramp. I fought it, my muscles straining against the supernatural force, my tires screaming in protest. With a surge of adrenaline, I managed to wrench the wheel back, keeping the truck on the highway. But I could feel her, fighting me, her ghostly will pressing down on me. Then, ahead, the roadblock materialized out of the darkness. The vintage cruiser, the two officers. But this time, they weren't waiting. They were pulling out, trying to force me off the road, their featureless faces now contorted into silent, screaming masks. Their single red gumbo light pulsed like a dying heart, and the light seemed to actively slow my truck, the air becoming thick and heavy as I approached, like driving through molasses. "Honk the horn, Micah." Hank's voice, a desperate, static-laced scream, burst from the CB. "Break the rule. It's a dinner bell, but it's the only sound that's yours. Make a sound she can't control." It was insane. It was a trap, but it was the only option I had left. I reached up and pulled the cord for the air horn. The blast was deafening, a raw, powerful human sound that shattered the supernatural silence. It was after midnight. I had rung the dinner bell. The effect was instantaneous. The phantom police cruiser flickered and dissolved, its illusion broken by the sheer mundane power of the horn blast. But Marla's enraged shriek on the radio was terrifying. "You fool, you've invited them all." I looked in my mirrors again. It wasn't just the two bone collectors anymore. Dozens of them were emerging from the woods on both sides of the highway, drawn by the sound. Tall, thin figures of shadow and bone, all turning their empty gazes towards my truck, all beginning to run. The hellhound, Cerber, let out a deep, rumbling howl that was both a challenge and a cry of despair. He was hopelessly outnumbered. The desperate, high-speed chase began. It was a battle fought with an 80,000-pound rig against a legion of nightmares, on a stretch of highway that was actively trying to kill me. All while the ghost of a dead trucker laughed in my ear. The road twisted, the loops returned, phantoms of past accidents. Burning cars, overturned trucks, flickered in and out of existence on the shoulder. It was a desperate, terrifying race to the dawn, a race I knew I was losing. The collectors were getting closer, their long, shadowy fingers reaching for the humming, hungry box that I was chained to. The air horn's blast had been a double-edged sword. It had shattered the immediate illusion of the phantom roadblock, but in its place, I had summoned an army. The highway behind me was no longer just a dark road. It was a moving tide of silent, grasping figures, a legion of bone collectors pouring from the woods, their numbers growing with every mile. They were no longer just loping. They were sprinting, a sea of disjointed stop-motion nightmares, their shadowy forms flowing over the asphalt like spilled ink. The hellhound, Cerber, was a blur of black fur and amber-eyed fury, weaving between them, a valiant but hopelessly overwhelmed guardian, trying to break up the pack, to give me precious seconds. Marla's voice on the radio was a torrent of triumphant, static-laced rage. "You see, Micah, you see the power of this road. They were all here, waiting, all the lonely souls, all the forgotten travelers. They just needed a proper invitation. You have rung the bell for your own feast." The highway itself was now her primary weapon. It bucked and twisted beneath me. Illusory exits appeared and vanished in my headlights. The ghosts of past accidents became almost solid. I had to swerve violently to avoid the shimmering, transparent wreckage of a 1970s station wagon, seeing for a horrifying instant the pale, screaming faces of a family inside. The lines on the road writhed, attempting to braid themselves together, to guide me into the guardrail, into the dark, waiting trees. My knuckles were white on the wheel. my muscles burning with the strain of fighting a road that had become a living, malevolent entity. I remembered Hank's logbook, the hand-drawn maps. I'd spent hours staring at them back at the truck stop, trying to burn them into my memory. He had marked one section with a thick red X and a single scrawled word, Anchor. It was an old decommissioned stretch of the original U.S. Route 11, the pre-interstate highway that the I-95 had replaced. It ran parallel to the main highway for a few miles before hitting a dead end at a collapsed bridge over a deep ravine. Hank had written, "The old road remembers more." The connection is stronger there. I didn't know if he meant it was a trap or an opportunity, but I was out of options. The collectors were beginning to reach the trailer, their long, shadowy fingers scraping against the metal. A sound like dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. I saw the turnoff ahead, almost completely swallowed by the forest, just as Hank's map had shown. It wasn't an exit, it was a scar. With a prayer to a god I hadn't spoken to in years, I wrenched the wheel, leaving the relatively smooth asphalt of the interstate. The rig groaned in protest as we hit the old, cracked concrete of the original highway. The moment my tires touched the old road, the atmosphere changed. The cacophony of Marla's voice and the surrounding whispers intensified, the air growing thick and heavy. But the landscape grew quieter, more ancient, more sorrowful. This road was saturated with a deeper, older energy. I had left the main hunting ground and entered the lair. The road ended just as the map had predicted, at a sheer dead end. A massive, collapsed stone bridge lay in ruins, the ravine below a pit of absolute blackness. I slammed on the brakes, the rig jackknifing with a scream of tortured metal, the headlights illuminating the abyss. I was trapped. The army of bone collectors poured onto the old road behind me, their forms becoming clearer, more defined in this place of concentrated power. They slowed, their hungry, featureless gazes fixed on the humming container. Serba, the hellhound, skidded to a halt between me and the approaching horde. Its body braced, a low, guttural growl rumbling in its chest. It was making its last stand. Marla's voice filled the cab, no longer triumphant, but with a tone of imminent, ecstatic completion. End of the line, Micah. Perfect. You brought the offering directly to the altar. The static around her voice receded, and for a moment her voice was almost clear, almost human, filled with a desperate 2-decade-long hunger. Now perform the final delivery. Open the box. Let it feed on the energy of this place of so much sorrow. The offering will be immense. It will be enough to satisfy them. And finally, suddenly, set me free. I looked at the humming container. The hungry box, Ruthie had called it. My salvation, Marla claimed, was to open it. But I remembered Hank's last frantic entry in his logbook. The container isn't the cargo. I am? I looked at the horde of collectors, their skeletal fingers twitching. I looked at the brave, doomed hellhound holding them at bay. And I looked at the abyss where the bridge used to be. The box wasn't meant to be opened here. It was a vessel. And Marla didn't want the energy of the place. She wanted the energy of a soul to open it. My soul. The standoff was a frozen tableau of supernatural horror. The silent, waiting horde. The defiant, growling hellhound. The humming, hungry container. And the ghost on the radio, whispering promises of release that I knew were lies. Open the box, Micah. It's the only way. Be the key. Hank's words echoed in my mind. It's a trap for who? For the driver. Ruthie's words followed. It soaks up the bad energy, but needs a living soul to turn the key. The box didn't just collect ambient energy. It targeted and absorbed the focused, potent energy of a soul defined by loss and guilt. My soul. Opening it would be like slitting my own spiritual throat, offering myself up on a platter. The collectors began to advance again, their patience wearing thin. Serba met the first one, a whirlwind of black fur and righteous fury. There was a silent explosion of shadow and amber light, and both creatures, the ancient demon and the spectral guardian, dissolved into nothingness. The hellhound had bought me my last chance, trading its existence for a few precious seconds. There was only one option left. Not defense, not surrender, defiance. You want your delivery, Marla. I yelled into the dead cab, my voice raw. You want this box opened? Then you can come and get it. I slammed the truck into reverse. The engine roared. The tires screamed. Marla's voice on the radio turned from persuasion to a shriek of pure, confused rage. What are you doing, you fool? That's not the protocol. I wasn't aiming for the collectors. I was aiming for the source of the road's dark energy. A place Hank had marked on his map, with a single ominous drawing of a lightning-struck tree. It stood at the very edge of the collapsed bridge. An ancient, gnarled oak, centuries old, its branches like twisted, arthritic arms reaching for the sky. It was a hanging tree from a forgotten time, a place saturated with more grief and violent death than any other spot on this cursed highway. It was the road's dark heart. I spun the wheel hard, jackknifing the trailer with a deafening screech of metal. The massive container swung around, a 40-foot steel battering ram, and smashed directly into the ancient oak tree. The impact was cataclysmic. Wood and metal screamed, but the container didn't just dent. It burst open, its seals rupturing with a sound like a thunderclap. And Hank was right. It was empty. There was nothing inside but a swirling, humming void. But a trap, once sprung, must catch something. The box, this psychic vessel, was now open at the most potent nexus of spiritual energy on the hollow stretch. It created a vacuum, a spiritual vortex. It didn't release something. With a sound like the universe taking a giant breath, it began to inhale. It didn't pull at me. My tether to the memory of my wife, the love I had spoken of to the phantom patrolman, it was my anchor. My soul manifest was clear and strong. The box couldn't take me. So it took the next most powerful, most active, and most untethered soul on the highway. No, Marla shrieked over the radio, her voice no longer a powerful broadcast, but a thin, terrified, electronic wail. No, not me. I'm the dispatcher, not the cargo. I could feel it, her ghostly form, her very consciousness, which was woven into the fabric of the radio waves and the asphalt of the highway, was being pulled, stretched, and violently ripped from its ethereal anchor. She was being collected. Her own trap, the one she had used for 2 decades, had turned on her. Her voice was sucked from the radio, replaced by a final, echoing burst of static. And then, for the first time all night, blessed, absolute silence. The bone collectors, their master, their purpose, their very reason for being on this road tonight, gone in an instant, simply stopped. They looked at the broken, empty box, then at me, and then, one by one, they faded, dissolving back into the shadows of the woods, their hunt over. The oppressive, heavy atmosphere of the hollow stretch lifted, like a fever breaking. The road was just a road again. The woods were just woods. At dawn, a state trooper found me, sitting by my jackknifed rig, staring at the shattered remains of an empty shipping container. I told him a story about falling asleep at the wheel, of swerving to avoid a deer. He saw the exhaustion in my eyes, the deep, profound weariness of a man who had been to hell and back, and he didn't question it. I quit driving that day. I sold the rig. I moved to a small town, far from any interstate, far from the mountains. I try to live a normal life. I try to forget the sound of a phantom dog running beside my window, the sight of men made of shadow, the feel of a hungry box humming behind my head. Most days I succeed, but sometimes, late at night, when I'm driving in my car, I'll fiddle with the radio, looking for some music, and sometimes, in the brief, whispering hiss of static between the stations, I hear it, a woman's faint, familiar, layered voice, trapped and furious, filled with an eternity of cold, echoing rage, whispering a single chilling phrase, awaiting dispatch, awaiting new driver. I quickly turn the radio off, my hands trembling, but I know Marla isn't gone. She's just been collected. She's the new ghost in the machine, a permanent part of the signal, a warning trapped in the dead air of every highway in the country. She's forever on the air, forever waiting for her next delivery. They say when someone dies, their secrets die with them. Sometimes, those secrets are just waiting for the right air. Welcome to a house tucked away in the Appalachian Mountains, a place I never knew existed, bound by rules I never asked for. My name is Elias Monroe, and I came here seeking answers about a mother who ran from her past. Instead, I found myself a prisoner in a house that remembers. What's the strangest thing you've ever inherited? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to step across this threshold with me, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because in this house, the silence isn't empty. It's listening. The inheritance begins. I always believed the dead were silent, that their stories ended with the final clinical closing of their eyes. My mother, a woman who had spent her life cultivating silence as if it were a shield, proved me wrong. Her death wasn't an ending. It was the beginning of a story she'd spent her entire life running from. A story she had now willed to me. The lawyer's letter was cold and impersonal, informing me that I, Elias Monroe, a meticulous archivist of other people's medical tragedies, was the sole heir to a property I never knew existed. It was a secluded house, the letter stated, tucked deep in the Appalachian Mountains of western North Carolina, belonging to a grandmother I had been told died before I was born. The inheritance felt like a posthumous confession, a final cryptic message from a woman I loved but never truly knew. The journey to the house was a descent. I left the ordered grid of the city, the concrete and steel, for winding roads that became narrower, more aggressive, clinging to the mountainsides like desperate vines. The air grew thick with the scent of pine and damp, decaying earth, a smell both ancient and cloying. By the time I found the overgrown, barely there driveway, I felt as though I had driven not just miles, but back through time. The house itself was a creature of the woods, a two-story salt box structure of dark, weathered hemlock that seemed to absorb the dappled sunlight, giving nothing back. It sagged under the weight of time and secrets, its windows like vacant, watching eyes. The silence here was a physical entity, a heavy, suffocating blanket that swallowed the sound of my car door closing, leaving me feeling small and terribly exposed. The key was under a loose stone on the porch, just as the lawyer's note said. Inside, the air was stale, thick with the ghosts of long-dead fires, dust, and the faint, sweetish scent of lavender and rot. Furniture huddled under white shrouds, silent and patient. In the center of the dusty kitchen table, next to the heavy, old-fashioned iron key, was a single, folded sheet of yellowed parchment. The handwriting was an elegant, spidery script. The ink faded to a rusty brown. It was a list. 5 rules for survival. My first reaction was a wave of weary grief. My grandmother, the woman I'd never met, was clearly suffering from dementia before she died. The rules were a sad testament to a mind lost in paranoia. 1. Never answer the front door after midnight, no matter how loud the knocking gets. 2. Feed the stray black cat that appears on the porch every morning. Its hunger is not its own. 3. Never sleep in the same room 2 nights in a row. The house learns where you rest. 4. If you find teeth under your pillow, bury them immediately beneath the oldest tree in the yard. Do not keep them. 5. If you hear a lullaby from the basement, hum a different tune as loudly as you can and walk upstairs without looking back. Do not let it finish its song. I scoffed, a dry, humorless sound in the dead quiet of the house. It was absurd, the folklore of a troubled mind. I pocketed the note, my intention to clear out this sad, forgotten place and sell it as quickly as possible, solidifying into a firm resolve. That first night, I chose a small bedroom upstairs overlooking the dark, oppressive sea of trees. I didn't bother with the sheets, just threw my sleeping bag on top of a shrouded mattress. The house groaned and settled around me, the sounds of an old structure breathing. Or so I told myself. The profound isolation, the sheer distance from another living soul, began to work on my nerves. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside, sounded deliberate, personal. Exhausted from the drive and the emotional weight of the day, I eventually drifted into a restless sleep. Knock. I jolted awake, my heart hammering. The sound was not a creak. It was a single, loud, deliberate knock on the heavy oak of the front door. It echoed through the silent house, a sound so solid and real it chased all thoughts of settling wood from my mind. I looked at my phone. 2:17 a.m. Knock. Knock. Louder this time, more insistent. I felt a primal urge to go down, to confront whoever was out there. But the first rule, as absurd as it was, echoed in my head. Never answer the front door after midnight. I lay there, frozen in the dark, my breath held tight in my chest, and listened as the knocking continued for what felt like an eternity. A brutal, relentless assault on the silence and my sanity. The knocking finally stopped just before dawn, not fading away, but ceasing abruptly, as if the person outside had simply vanished into thin air. I didn't sleep again. I sat in the dark, listening to the frantic pounding of my own heart, every nerve frayed raw. The city, with its constant anonymous noise, had never felt so safe, so far away. The absolute silence that reclaimed the house was somehow more menacing than the knocking had been. It was a watchful, waiting silence. When the first pale fingers of morning light finally pierced the gloom, I crept downstairs. I peered through the small, grimy peephole in the front door. Nothing, just the dew-soaked porch, the overgrown yard, and the endless, indifferent trees. There were no footprints in the damp earth, no sign that anyone had been there at all. But as I turned from the door, my eyes fell upon the floor. There, just inside, as if it had seeped through the wood itself, was a small, damp puddle of dark, brackish water and a single rotting black leaf that was not from any tree I recognized. Shaken, I made my way to the kitchen to brew a pot of coffee, my hands trembling. As I looked out the kitchen window, I saw him, a cat, a sleek, unusually large black cat with fur the color of midnight was sitting perfectly still on the back porch railing, staring at me. Its eyes were startling. One was a brilliant, piercing green, the other a milky, scarred over white. It was as if it were seeing me in two different worlds at once. Rule 2. Feed the stray black cat that appears on the porch every morning. Its hunger is not its own. On any other day, I would have ignored it. But after the knocking, after the puddle, the absurd rules were starting to feel less like ramblings and more like vital instructions. I found a can of tuna in the pantry, likely ancient, but probably fine for a stray. I opened it and placed it on the porch. The cat, which I instinctively named Patch, hopped down from the railing. It didn't devour the food greedily. It ate with a strange, deliberate delicacy. When it was finished, it looked not at me, but stared intently into the dark woods for a long moment, a low, almost inaudible growl rumbling in its chest. Then, with a flick of its tail, it vanished back into the tree line. Later that morning, as I was holding shrouded furniture out onto the porch, a woman emerged from a path in the woods. She was in her late 60s, with a kind, wrinkled face and shrewd, intelligent eyes. "You must be Elias," she said, her voice warm with a thick Appalachian lilt. "I'm Agatha Klein. I live just through the trees. I was a friend of your grandmother's. I brought you a casserole." Agatha was a font of information and folksy charm. She told me stories about my grandmother, Eleanor, painting her as a powerful, reclusive woman, deeply connected to the old ways of the mountains. "She had her reasons for keeping your mother away, dear," Agatha said, her eyes filled with a sympathy that felt a little too practiced. "This house, it requires a certain kind of strength. a certain kind of blood. She subtly probed my intentions, her relief palpable when I told her I planned to sell. That night, utterly exhausted, I collapsed onto the bed in the same room I'd used the night before. I was asleep in moments. My dreams were a chaotic mess of knocking doors and my mother's sad, distant face. I was jolted awake by a sharp stinging pain on my hand. Patch was on the bed beside me, his good green eye wide with alarm. He had extended a single claw and pricked my hand, just hard enough to wake me. Then he leaped from the bed and stood in the doorway, staring at me, letting out a low, guttural hiss. Rule 3. Never sleep in the same room 2 nights in a row. The house learns where you rest. A cold dread washed over me. The house knew I was here. I grabbed my sleeping bag and stumbled out of the room, Patch leading the way to a different bedroom at the far end of the hall. As I passed the room I had just left, I glanced back for a fleeting second. In the deep shadows of the room's corner, I thought I saw a tall, thin shape, a silhouette of a man, darker than the surrounding darkness, standing where my bed was. I slammed the door to the new room and didn't sleep for the rest of the night. In the morning, I found my mother's old journal tucked away in a dusty bookshelf. My heart leaped, thinking I might finally get some answers, but it was a monument to her fear. Page after page had been systematically, violently ripped out. Only a single, tear-stained entry remained, dated a week before she died in the city, far from this place. It read, "The lullaby is a lie. It's not her voice. It's the house. The house remembers what we try to forget, and it uses our memories to make us forget what we are." The words from my mother's journal echoed in my mind, a cryptic warning that only deepened the mystery. What did the house remember? What was I supposed to be? The next few days passed in a haze of paranoid cleaning and uneasy sleep, each night spent in a different, dusty room. The knocking at midnight became a regular, terrifying ritual. I learned to ignore it, to stuff pillows over my head, but the sound still vibrated through the floorboards, a relentless summons. Patch was my constant, silent companion, his presence a small, furry anchor in the encroaching madness. Then came the morning that shattered the thin veil of my denial. I woke up with a strange, gritty feeling in my mouth, a taste of chalk, and something else, something ancient. My first thought was that a filling had come loose. I ran my tongue over my teeth. All seemed fine. Then as I moved to get out of bed, my hand brushed against the pillow. Underneath it, my fingers closed around something small, hard, and horribly familiar. I drew it out into the gray morning light. It was a tooth, a human tooth, a molar, yellowed with age and with a long, dark root. It was not mine. Rule 4. If you find teeth under your pillow, bury them immediately beneath the oldest tree in the yard. Do not keep them. A wave of bile rose in my throat. This was not a dream. This was not my imagination. This was real. A physical object, a piece of a forgotten person, had been placed under my pillow while I slept. The house, or whatever was in it, had been in my room, inches from my face. My hands trembled as I wrapped the tooth in a handkerchief. I felt an insane, morbid urge to keep it, to analyze it, to treat it as a clue. But the rule was specific. Do not keep them. I went outside, my heart pounding. In the back of the yard, near the edge of the woods, stood a massive, gnarled oak tree, its branches like the arthritic fingers of a giant. It was ancient, a silent witness to whatever had transpired on this land for centuries. With a small garden trowel I found in a rotting shed, I dug a hole in the damp, root-choked earth. As I dropped the tooth in and covered it with soil, a strange thing happened. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and with it, a sudden, startling clarity. It was as if a low-grade fever I didn't even know I had just broken. A fog of confusion, a subtle sense of lost time that had been plaguing me since I arrived, lifted. Burying the tooth hadn't just disposed of an object. It had done something to my mind. It had grounded me. It had taken something back. The experience was a turning point. This was no longer just about settling in a state. This was about survival. I needed answers. I remembered finding an old invoice in a desk drawer for a burst pipe repair years ago, signed by a local handyman, Jonah Fields. I found his number online and called him. When I told him where I was calling from, the silence on the other end of the line was long and heavy. "The old Eleanor Monroe place," he finally said, his voice a low, nervous rumble. "Zon, you shouldn't be there." I pressed him, asking about the work he'd done. "It wasn't no burst pipe," he admitted, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Your mother, she hired me to check the foundation in the basement. Said she heard noises. I went down there. The air, son. It ain't right. Cold. And the whole time, I heard this sound. A woman humming. A pretty tune, but sad. I thought it was your grandmother upstairs." He paused, and I heard him take a shaky breath. But as I was leaving, I looked back from the top of the stairs, and I saw it. I saw a shadow, a tall, thin shadow of a woman, walking up the stairs towards me, backwards. But the humming sound never moved. It stayed right there, at the bottom of the basement. I ran out of that house and never looked back. Some things are best left buried. Jonah's story sent a fresh wave of terror through me, but it also contained a clue. I began a meticulous search of the house, not as a cleaner, but as an archivist, looking for my family's hidden records. In the attic, tucked away inside a heavy, sea-worn trunk, I found them. Not just journals, but old reel-to-reel tapes and a player. I threaded the first tape, my hands shaking. The hiss of old magnetic tape filled the dusty air. And then, a woman's voice. My grandmother, Eleanor, clear and strong. She was documenting something. Log date 10.9/1978. The entity is active again. The knocking was violent last night. The lullaby has started. I believe it is testing the wards. The child, my daughter, she is too sensitive to it. I have to send her away. For her own good. It is my burden to bear alone. It is my burden to bear alone. The love and pain in her voice were a punch to the gut. My mother hadn't been abandoned. She had been saved. The recording continued, my grandmother humming a simple, pleasant counter melody. Her voice firm. "This is the tune of binding," she explained. "It must be stronger than its song." Suddenly her humming was cut off. There was a piercing scream, the sound of shattering glass, and then silence. The tape clicked and hissed, empty. That night, armed with the horrifying knowledge from the tape, I knew it was coming. The house felt like it was holding its breath, a coiled serpent waiting to strike. I sat in the living room, a fire roaring in the hearth, every light in the house blazing, clutching a heavy iron poker. It was almost 10 p.m. when it began. A melody, faint at first, then clearer, wafting up from the direction of the basement door. It was a lullaby, achingly beautiful, and filled with a profound, bone-deep sorrow. And it was the exact melody my mother used to hum to me when I was a small child. A half-remembered tune from the deepest, most cherished corners of my memory. It wasn't just a sound. It was a hook, baited with my own nostalgia, my own loss. The urge to go to it, to open the door, to find the source of that comforting, familiar sound, was a physical pull. A deep, resonant need that brought tears to my eyes. Rule of 5. If you hear a lullaby from the basement, hum a different tune as loudly as you can and walk upstairs without looking back. Do not let it finish its song. My grandmother's voice from the tape echoed in my mind. This is the tune of binding. This is the tune of binding. It must be stronger than its song. I understood. It was a battle of wills, a battle of melodies. I stood up, my legs trembling. I opened my mouth, but my mind was blank. What tune? What could possibly be stronger than a song woven from my own memories? The lullaby from the basement grew stronger, more insistent, more beautiful. And then, A random, absurd memory surfaced. A stupid, catchy, infuriatingly simple pop song that had been all over the radio the week before I drove up here. I began to hum it, loudly, obnoxiously. My voice was wavering off-key, but I forced it out. My eyes squeezed shut. I focused on the simple, idiotic structure of the pop song, using its manufactured cheerfulness as a shield against the heartbreaking beauty of the lullaby. And I walked. I turned my back on the basement door and walked deliberately up the stairs, one step at a time, humming my ridiculous, defiant tune. The lullaby from below seemed to falter, to become discordant, as if confused by the competing sound. It grew more desperate, more pleading, trying to reclaim my attention. But I didn't look back. I reached the top of the stairs, slammed my bedroom door shut, and kept humming until my throat was raw. Eventually, the lullaby faded, defeated, into silence. The next day, exhausted but resolute, I began a new search. If this house was a prison, it had to have been built like one. I examined the foundation stones in the cellar, the heavy beams in the attic, and I found them. Carved deep into the wood and stone were repeating symbols, almost lost to age and grime. They weren't decorative. They were deliberate. I took detailed photographs of them, and remembering my search for local experts, I found the blog of a Dr. Ava Brenner, a cultural anthropologist at a nearby university, specializing in regional Native American folklore. I emailed her the photos with a vague story about researching an old family home. That afternoon, Agatha Klein visited again. She brought a freshly baked apple pie, her expression one of neighborly concern. "You look tired, dear," she said, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "The woods can be hard on a person not used to them. You have to find a way to soothe your soul." As she spoke, she began to hum a soft, gentle melody under her breath, as if lost in thought. My blood turned to ice. It was the lullaby, the beautiful, terrible, heartbreaking lullaby from the basement. She was humming it perfectly. The melody that drifted from Agatha Klein's lips was not a mindless hum. It was a key, turning a lock deep inside the house and deep inside me. She hummed it with a casual, almost maternal air, but her eyes, those shrewd, ancient eyes, were fixed on my face, watching for a reaction. My blood went cold, a frigid tide pulling all the warmth from my body. The kindly neighbor, the bringer of casseroles, the gentle storyteller. It was all a mask, a meticulously crafted lie. The lullaby wasn't just a sound the house made. It was a tool, and she knew how to wield it. "That's a pretty tune," I said, my voice dangerously calm. I fought to keep my hands from shaking, to keep the dawning, monstrous truth from showing on my face. My mother used to sing it. Agatha's smile widened, but this time it held no warmth. It was a victor's smile. "Oh, I know, dear," she said, her folksy lilt hardening into something sharp and proprietary. "I taught it to her, just as her mother taught it to me. It's a family song, you see. A song to call the lonely ones home." The pretense shattered, the veil of civility disintegrating between us. In that moment, I didn't see a kind old woman. I saw a predator who had been patiently studying its prey. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed violently in my pocket. It was an email from Ava Brenner. I tore my eyes away from Agatha, my thumb frantically swiping to open the message. It was a wall of text, written with the breathless urgency of a scholar who has just stumbled upon a terrible living truth. "Mr. Monroe," it began, "I don't know what house you are in, but you need to leave immediately. These are not decorations. This is a prison. The symbols you sent are a sophisticated form of Cherokee binding ritual, far older than the house itself. They are designed to contain a specific class of entity, what my ancestors called an un-nah-wee, a dream eater or memory thief. It's a creature that doesn't consume flesh but identity. It lures its victims with fabricated memories of comfort and love, embodied in a sound, a song, the lullaby." My eyes flicked up to Agatha, who was watching me red, a look of smug amusement on her face. I continued reading, my heart a frantic drum. "The ritual requires a bloodline, a family to act as willing jailers. their presence and adherence to the rules, reinforcing the wards generation after generation. But the wards are failing. From what you described, someone is actively corrupting them. The lullaby is the entity's primary weapon. Anyone humming it nearby is either a victim whose mind is already under its control, or they are a willing accomplice, a caller, trying to curry favor with the prisoner. I looked up from the phone. Agatha was still smiling. She's a clever girl, that one, she said, nodding towards my phone. Her people were the ones who first found it here, but they lacked vision. They saw a prisoner. My family, the Kleins, who served your grandmother's family for generations. We saw a god. The truth slammed into me. She wasn't just a neighbor. She was a keeper of a darker flame, a resentful acolyte who had waited decades for her turn. You've been helping it, I whispered, the words tasting like ash. The knocking. The whispers. You're trying to set it free. Free? Agatha laughed, a dry, rasping sound. Oh no, dear boy. You don't set a god free. You make a bargain with. Your bloodline is strong, Elias, the strongest. It's what keeps the wards anchored. But you are an unwilling participant. I, on the other hand, am a true believer. The crooning one promised my ancestors a gift, a way to shed the frailties of the flesh, to live beyond the decay of years. Your grandmother was too afraid to claim it. Your mother ran from it. But I have been patient. I have tended the garden, and now the fruit is ripe. As she spoke, the very atmosphere in the house began to shift. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with a static electricity that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. The shadows in the corners of the room deepened, stretching and twisting into unnatural shapes. The faint, sweet smell of lavender and rot was replaced by the overpowering scent of damp earth and a deep, ancient cold. Outside, the woods fell silent. Not a bird, not an insect. The world was holding its breath. Agatha's humming had been an invitation, and the guest of honor was beginning to arrive. What do you want? I demanded, my hand gripping the iron poker from the fireplace. What your grandmother was too weak to give, Agatha said, her eyes beginning to glow with a faint predatory light. The house, the power, and your body, Elias, a new, strong vessel for a soul that has grown so very tired of its old, wrinkled prison. She was going to hijack the ritual. To possess me, the house came alive. It was no longer a passive container of dread. It was an active participant. The whispers started, not from one direction, but from all around me. A chorus of voices from my past. I heard my father, who died when I was 10, calling my name. I heard my college roommate laughing at a long-forgotten joke, and then, the most terrible voice of all, my sister. A voice I hadn't heard in 3 years. A memory the crooning one could not possibly know, unless it had fabricated it, woven it from the fabric of my own grief. Help me, Eli, her voice whispered, seeming to come from the hallway. I'm so lost. I'm so cold. It was a lie. It had to be. But it was a perfect, beautiful, soul-tearing lie. My resolve wavered. I took a step towards the hallway, my heart aching with an impossible hope. A black streak shot through the room, a blur of fur and fury. Patch. He landed in front of me, his back arched, his fur standing on end, his good green eye blazing. He let out a savage, guttural hiss. Not at me, but at the empty hallway where my sister's voice had been. He was the guardian, the anchor to reality, his primal instinct untroubled by memories or lies. His fierce loyalty snapped me back from the brink. A filthy animal. Agatha spat, her face contorting in a mask of rage. An old fading ward. It will not save you. She began to chant, a low, guttural litany in a language I didn't recognize, her voice weaving a harmony with the ghostly whispers that now filled the house. The walls themselves seemed to groan, to warp. The floorboards buckled. I looked out the window and saw them. The Hollow Men, dozens of them, standing at the edge of the tree line. Tall, thin figures of shadow. Their faces blank, featureless voids, all turned towards the house. The entity was projecting its power, laying siege to my sanity. I knew then I couldn't stay here. I couldn't fight it in the house, where its power was absolute. I had to get to the source. The basement. My grandmother's last tape, the one that ended in a scream. I had found a second part to it, hidden in the lining of the trunk. On it, her voice, strained and gasping, described the final ward, the one failsafe if the keeper ever turned. A reset. A ritual that had to be performed at the Heartwood, the central foundation stone of the house, the very stone upon which the entity was bound. To re-establish the prison, the jailer had to willingly enter the cell. It was a trap, and it was my only hope. I grabbed the heavy iron poker, its familiar weight a small comfort. "Patch, with me," I commanded. I ran for the basement door, Agatha's chanting growing louder, more triumphant, behind me. She thought I was fleeing, that her victory was imminent. I threw the door open and plunged down the rickety wooden stairs, into the cold, waiting darkness below. The basement was a different world. The air was frigid, and the smell of damp earth was overwhelming. The humming my grandmother had described, the one Jonah Fields had heard, was here, a low, subsonic thrum that vibrated in my teeth. The lullaby started again, but it wasn't coming from one place. It was coming from the walls, from the floor, from the very air around me. It was the entity's true voice, beautiful and horrifying. Agatha appeared at the top of the stairs, her form silhouetted against the light from the floor above. "There is nowhere to run, Elias," she cried, her voice booming with borrowed power. "This is his heart, his throne room. Here you are nothing." In the center of the basement, directly beneath the main hearth of the house, was a single, massive, flat-topped stone. The Heartwood. It was covered in the same Cherokee symbols as the rest of the house, but here they glowed with a faint, sickly green light. This was the focus of the prison. As I approached it, the lullaby intensified, and the memories it conjured became almost physically real. I saw my mother, young and vibrant, humming me to sleep. I saw myself as a small boy, running through a field of wildflowers, comforting lies designed to disarm me, to make me lower my guard. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Agatha said, descending the stairs slowly, savoring her victory. "To be loved, to be remembered. He offers you peace, Elias. All you have to do is accept it. Sleep, and I will wake in your place." She began to chant again, her voice weaving into the lullaby. The green light on the stone altar pulsed, and the mist began to rise from it. A thick, cloying fog that smelled of pine needles and graveyards. The mist began to coalesce, to take a shape. A tall, thin, shadowy form, its outlines indistinct, its features lost in swirling vapor. The crooning one, drawn from its slumber by its treacherous keeper. This was it, the climax of the ritual, the moment of transference. Agatha raised her hands, her eyes rolling back in her head. I gripped the poker, my knuckles white. Patch let out a low rumbling growl beside me. It was me, a terrified archivist with an iron stick and a cat, against a witch and her memory-eating god. The odds weren't good. But my grandmother had left me one final instruction on that tape, one final, desperate gambit, a way to turn the ritual against the keeper. It required a sacrifice, a memory, not a fabricated one, a real one, the most painful one I had. The air horn's blast had been a double-edged sword. It had shattered the immediate illusion of the phantom roadblock, but in its place, I had summoned an army. The highway behind me was no longer just a dark road. It was a moving tide of silent, grasping figures, a legion of bone collectors pouring from the woods, their numbers growing with every mile. They were no longer just loping. They were sprinting, a sea of disjointed stop-motion nightmares, their shadowy forms flowing over the asphalt like spilled ink. The hellhound, Serba, was a blur of black fur and amber-eyed fury, weaving between them, a valiant but hopelessly overwhelmed guardian, trying to break up the pack, to give me precious seconds. Marla's voice on the radio was a torrent of triumphant, static-laced rage. You see, Micah, you see the power of this road. They were all here, waiting, all the lonely souls, all the forgotten travelers. They just needed a proper invitation. You have rung the bell for your own feast. The highway itself was now her primary weapon. It bucked and twisted beneath me. Illusory exits appeared and vanished in my headlights. The ghosts of past accidents became almost solid. I had to swerve violently to avoid the shimmering, transparent wreckage of a 1970s station wagon, seeing for a horrifying instant the pale, screaming faces of a family inside. The lines on the road writhed, attempting to braid themselves together, to guide me into the guardrail, into the dark, waiting trees. My knuckles were white on the wheel, my muscles burning with the strain of fighting a road that had become a living, malevolent entity. I remembered Hank's logbook, the hand-drawn maps. I'd spent hours staring at them back at the truck stop, trying to burn them into my memory. He had marked one section with a thick red X and a single scrawled word, Anchor. It was an old decommissioned stretch of the original U.S. Route 11, the pre-interstate highway that the I-95 had replaced. It ran parallel to the main highway for a few miles before hitting a dead end at a collapsed bridge over a deep ravine. Hank had written, "The old road remembers more. The connection is stronger there." I didn't know if he meant it was a trap or an opportunity, but I was out of options. The collectors were beginning to reach the trailer, their long, shadowy fingers scraping against the metal, a sound like dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. I saw the turnoff ahead, almost completely swallowed by the forest, just as Hank's map had shown. It wasn't an exit, it was a scar. With a prayer to a god I hadn't spoken to in years, I wrenched the wheel, leaving the relatively smooth asphalt of the interstate. The rig groaned in protest as we hit the old, cracked concrete of the original highway. The moment my tires touched the old road, the atmosphere changed. The cacophony of Marla's voice and the surrounding whispers intensified, the air growing thick and heavy. But the landscape grew quieter, more ancient, more sorrowful. This road was saturated with a deeper, older energy. I had left the main hunting ground and entered the lair. The road ended just as the map had predicted, at a sheer dead end. A massive, collapsed stone bridge lay in ruins, the ravine below a pit of absolute blackness. I slammed on the brakes, the rig jackknifing with a scream of tortured metal, the headlights illuminating the abyss. I was trapped. The army of bone collectors poured onto the old road behind me, their forms becoming clearer, more defined in this place of concentrated power. They slowed, their hungry, featureless gazes fixed on the humming container. Serba, the hellhound, skidded to a halt between me and the approaching horde. Its body braced, a low, guttural growl rumbling in its chest. It was making its last stand. Marla's voice filled the cab, no longer triumphant, but with a tone of imminent, ecstatic completion. End of the line, Micah. Perfect. You brought the offering directly to the altar. The static around her voice receded, and for a moment her voice was almost clear, almost human, filled with a desperate 2-decade-long hunger. Now perform the final delivery. Open the box. Let it feed on the energy of this place of so much sorrow. The offering will be immense. It will be enough to satisfy them. And finally, set me free. I looked at the humming container. The hungry box, Ruthie had called it. My salvation, Marla claimed, was to open it. But I remembered Hank's last frantic entry in his logbook. The container isn't the cargo. I am? I looked at the horde of collectors, their skeletal fingers twitching. I looked at the brave, doomed hellhound holding them at bay. And I looked at the abyss where the bridge used to be. The box wasn't meant to be opened here. It was a vessel. And Marla didn't want the energy of the place. She wanted the energy of a soul to open it. My soul. Left alone, shaking, and exhausted, in the quiet dark. The immediate threat was over. Agatha was gone. But I was acutely, terrifyingly aware of my new reality. The ritual hadn't destroyed the entity. It had merely reset the clock, sated it with a new, powerful soul. I was not the owner of this house. I was its new, permanent jailer. The weeks that followed were a blur of quiet, grim acceptance. The house was different. The oppressive, watchful silence had been replaced by a neutral, sleeping quiet. The midnight knocking ceased. The lullaby did not return, but I knew it was not gone. It was merely dormant, digesting its unexpected meal, its prison walls reinforced by Agatha's consumed soul. My role, the one my mother had fled from and my grandmother had borne, was now clear. I did not sell the house. To sell it would be to abandon my post, to unleash its prisoner upon an unsuspecting world. I became the warden of Hemlock House, my life now dictated by the 5 ancient rules. They were no longer a mystery. They were my sacred duty, a ritual of containment. Every morning, I fed Patch. The sleek black cat was no longer just a companion. He was my sentinel, my first line of defense, his senses attuned to the subtle shifts in the house mood. His purr was a sign of peace, his hiss a warning of a thinning veil. Every night, I slept in a different room, a nomadic existence within my own prison, never giving the house a chance to learn my scent, my habits, my dreams. Some mornings I would still find a tooth under my pillow, a sign that the entity was still brushing against my subconscious, tasting my memories in its sleep. And every time, I would perform the ritual, burying the tooth beneath the ancient, gnarled oak, grounding myself, reaffirming my identity against the thing that sought to unravel it. The house and I were locked in a cold, quiet, eternal war of attrition. I re-established contact with Ava Brenner. She became my only link to the outside world, a trusted ally in my lonely vigil. We spoke for hours on encrypted video calls. Her academic knowledge and my inherited experiential wisdom combining to form a comprehensive picture of what we were dealing with. Together, we began the slow, painstaking work of trying to find a more permanent solution, scouring ancient texts and forgotten folklore for a counter-ritual, a way to banish or destroy the crooning one for good. It was a monumental task, a search for a miracle that might not exist, a duty that I knew would likely consume the rest of my life. I found a strange, quiet peace in this new purpose. The restless, aimless grief that had defined my adult life was gone, replaced by a heavy but solid sense of responsibility. I was no longer running from my family's past. I was standing guard over it, honoring my grandmother's sacrifice and understanding. Finally, the true depth of my mother's love. She hadn't abandoned me. She had given me a lifetime of freedom, a gift I could only now appreciate as I lived out my sentence. One cold, late autumn evening, about a year into my tenure as warden, I was on a call with Ava. We were excited, discussing a newly translated Cherokee text that spoke of a song of unmaking, a melody that could supposedly unravel the Dream Eater's very existence. For the first time in a long time, I felt a flicker of genuine hope. As we spoke, my gaze drifted to the window overlooking the long, dark driveway, and my blood ran cold. Headlights, 2 bright, piercing orbs, cutting through the darkness, moving slowly up the overgrown path. A car, a thing that had not happened in the entire year I had been here. My heart hammered against my ribs. Elias? Are you there? Ava's voice sounded distant, tinny. Someone's here, I whispered, my voice a stranger to my own ears. I watched as a dark sedan, sleek and out of place in these woods, pulled to a stop in front of the house. 2 figures got out, a young man and a young woman dressed in city clothes. They looked lost, confused, their faces illuminated by the porch light I never used, but which was, for some reason, now on. They looked up at the house, their expressions a mixture of awe and trepidation. Then, A sound that I had not heard in a year echoed through the quiet house. Knock. It was loud, sharp, demanding. It was just before midnight. The couple on the porch looked innocent, stranded travelers perhaps, their car having broken down on the remote mountain roads. A common enough story. They would ask to use the phone. They would ask for shelter. They would ask for kindness. I looked at Patch. He was not at the door, hissing. He was sitting by the fireplace, perfectly still, his good green eye fixed on me, his expression unreadable. He was leaving the choice entirely to me. I looked at the clock on the mantelpiece. The long minute hand was ticking, with agonizing slowness, towards the 12. The rules were my shield, my duty. They were what kept the world safe. But they were also a cage, not just for the monster, but for me, for my own humanity. To refuse them entry was to follow the rule. To offer help to strangers in the night was the most basic human impulse. The knocking came again, louder this time, more insistent, and I understood. The teeth, the whispers, the shifting rooms, they were just tests. The lullaby itself was not the most dangerous song. The true test, the oldest lure of all, was the simple, desperate sound of a human being asking for help in the dark. And I knew, with a chilling, absolute certainty, that the house was always, always hungry for a new song. They say the mountains have eyes, but here, it's the water that watches. Welcome to Black Hollow Lake, a place where the surface is a lie and the depths remember. My name is Silas Kearney, and I came back because the lake took my brother. Now, I'm on a research boat with 5 strange rules to follow. Rules the dead already know. What's the creepiest body of water you've ever seen? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're ready to cast off into the darkness, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because on Black Hollow Lake, the silence is just waiting for its next song. The first watch begins. Now I came back to Black Hollow Lake because the dead don't stay buried here. They just wait beneath the cold, black, silent water. My younger brother Liam, with his wide, hopeful eyes and a gap-toothed grin. He's been waiting for me for 20 years. Now, I'm a deckhand on the venture. A squat, ugly research boat crawling across the same cursed lake that took him. The official story was a tragic accident. A boy who couldn't swim falling from a fishing boat. But I was there. I saw the unnatural speed of the current that pulled him under. I saw the way the water seemed to boil where he went down, and I heard the silence afterwards. A silence so profound it felt like the entire world was holding its breath. Now I'm back, under the guise of a former combat medic needing a steady paycheck. My real purpose buried deeper than any sonar could penetrate. I am here to find the truth, or to be swallowed by it. This place is wrong, utterly, fundamentally wrong. It's a deep, dark bowl of water cupped between the ancient sleeping shoulders of the Appalachian Mountains. A place so steeped in shadow that the sun seems to lose its courage by mid-afternoon. The trees that crowd the shoreline are skeletal and bent, their branches like the grasping fingers of the drowned. And the birds. The birds that fly here, silent, crow-like things that move in unnatural unison. They cast no reflection on the lake's glassy, ink-black surface. The venture itself is a relic, its hull scarred with the memory of past voyages, its engine a low, asthmatic groan. It came with a captain, a crew, and a set of 5 rules, etched onto a salt-stained brass plaque, bolted inside the galley, a permanent, non-negotiable part of the ship's architecture. 1. Paint a red X on the bow every full moon night to keep away the lake witch. 2. Always bring a loaf of bread to feed the lake's shadowy birds before sunrise. 3. When you hear a bell toll underwater, place both hands on your heart and don't speak till it stops. 4. If you see a hand reach out of the water for your oar, let go and do not retrieve it. 5. If you see a second boat that looks exactly like yours, do not approach. It's a mirror vessel, and its captain is not human. The last research crew to ignore these rules, the ones on the government expedition back in '94, they vanished. All of them. Their final radio transmission wasn't a distress call. Not a single human voice. It was just the sound of a single submerged bell, ringing slowly, over and over again, until it faded into static. My first shift began in the pre-dawn gloom. The captain, Hudson Ray, was a man who seemed carved from the same ancient, weathered wood as the mountains themselves. He was in his early 50s, his face a roadmap of deep lines, his eyes a pale, washed-out blue that held the placid calm of a man who had seen everything and was surprised by nothing. He moved with an economy of motion, his presence a steady, reassuring anchor in the unsettling quiet. He walked me through my duties, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "Silas Kearney," he said, testing my name. "Army, they told me. Combat medic." He nodded slowly. "Good. You know how to stay calm under pressure. You'll need that here." He gestured to the brass plaque. "You read them?" he asked. It wasn't a real question. They're not suggestions, son. They're not folklore. They're procedure. As important as checking the fuel lines or mending a net. You follow them, you live. You don't, you end up a story. Our crew was a small, strange collection of specialists, each seemingly carrying their own ghosts. Danny Morales, the sonatech, was sharp and fiercely logical, her eyes constantly scanning her screens, as if trying to impose order on a world that defied it. Her station was a nest of humming electronics, a bubble of sterile science in this deeply unscientific place. Ellis Rowe, the ship's cook, was a gruff bear of a man, a former commercial fisherman from the coast whose cynicism was a shield as thick as the boat's hull. And then there was Naomi Bell, the folklorist, a quiet, observant woman with a notebook that was never far from her hand, her presence a quiet admission by the research company that they were looking for more than just geological data. My first official duty was Rule #2. As the sun began to bleed a wound of red and orange across the eastern ridge, they appeared. They didn't fly in from the trees. They seemed to coalesce from the mist hanging over the lake's surface, dozens of them, silent and sleek, their forms absorbing the dawn light. "Time to pay the toll," Hudson said, handing me a loaf of simple unsliced white bread. We stood on the deck, tearing off chunks and tossing them into the water. The birds descended, not with the frantic squawking of gulls, but in an eerie, coordinated silence. They snatched the bread from the surface, their movements precise, their black eyes fixed on us. Ellis Rowe watched from the galley door, a sneer on his face. "Fairy tales and birdseed," he grumbled, loud enough for us to hear, before spitting into the water. Hudson's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. When the last piece of bread was gone, the birds vanished as they had come, dissolving back into the morning mist. The rest of the day was spent in a routine of methodical work, taking water samples, checking engine gauges, mending nets. It was almost normal. Almost. But as the afternoon wore on, a strange lethargy settled over the boat. The air grew heavy, the silence deeper. I was on the starboard side checking a winch when I glanced down into the water. The lake was as black and reflective as polished obsidian. But for a fleeting, heart-stopping second, my reflection wasn't my own. I saw a boy, pale and terrified, his mouth open in a silent scream, his eyes wide with a plea I recognized from my deepest nightmares. Liam. I recoiled from the railing, a gasp catching in my throat. When I forced myself to look again, it was just me, a tired 36-year-old man staring back. A trick of the light, grief playing with my mind. That's what I told myself. Later, as I was coiling a rope on the stern, I felt a sudden, intense chill. I looked up. Danny was at her sonar station, her back to me, but she was frozen, her hand hovering over her console. "Everything all right, Danny?" I asked. She didn't answer for a long moment. "I'm running a deep scan bathymetry pass," she finally said, her voice strained, quiet. "The lake bed, it's not right. The charts show a maximum depth of 400 feet. I'm getting readings of over 1,000. Equipment malfunction?" I offered, walking over to her station. "That's what I thought," she said, pointing at the screen. The image was a topographical map of the lake bottom, rendered in shifting blues and greens. "But the system is running perfectly, and there's something else." She manipulated a control, and the image sharpened. I saw it then. At the bottom of the impossible 1,000-foot deep trench, the sonar was clearly rendering the geometric outlines of structures, sharp angles, parallel lines. Not rocks, not natural formations. It was the distinct, unmistakable outline of a sunken town. A town that couldn't exist. And as we both stared at the impossible image on the screen, a new contact appeared. A small, faint blip, moving slowly through the deep water. Just above the sunken ruins. It was the size and shape of a man. I felt a cold dread creep up my spine. It was the same pale, man-like thing I had seen earlier, and it was moving directly beneath our boat. The image of the sunken town on Danny's sonar screen lingered in my mind for the rest of the day. A chilling, impossible truth beneath the placid black surface of the lake. A town that wasn't on any map, in a trench that shouldn't exist. Danny became obsessed, running scan after scan, her logical, scientific mind refusing to accept the data her own state-of-the-art equipment was providing. She cross-referenced her readings with satellite archives, geological surveys, anything she could find on the boat's limited satellite internet connection. The official records were unanimous. The valley was flooded in the 1930s to create the reservoir, but it was uninhabited. Just forest and rock. Her sonar was telling her the official records were a lie. It makes no sense, she muttered for the 10th time, her face illuminated by the green glow of her console. The signal bounce is clean. The geometry is too perfect for a natural formation. It's like a whole village is down there. Flash frozen. Naomi Bell, the folklorist who had been quietly observing, stepped forward. "There is a story," she said softly, her voice barely a whisper over the hum of the electronics. "A local Cherokee legend. They speak of a settlement of early pioneers who tried to make a home in this valley. The Cherokee warned them that the land was sacred, that a powerful spirit slumbered in the deep places of the earth here. They said the valley itself was a cradle, and not to wake the thing that slept within." Naomi's eyes were distant, as if she were reading from a book only she could see. The settlers didn't listen. They built their homes, their church, and one winter, after a season of strange portents, silent forests, dark water bubbling up from springs, the earth sighed, the valley floor collapsed, and the river flooded it overnight. The legend says the town wasn't just drowned. It was given an offering to appease the spirit they had woken. Ellis Rowe, the cook, who was cleaning fish nearby, let out a contemptuous snort. Spirits and spooky stories. More likely a shoddy bit of dam building from the Dupier. That's your monster. Hudson Ray, the captain, who had been listening from the doorway of the wheelhouse, turned his pale blue eyes on Ellis. "On this lake, Mr. Rowe," he said, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "It's wise not to be too certain about what's a story and what's a warning." The rebuke was quiet, but it carried the weight of absolute authority. Ellis fell silent, though the resentful set of his jaw remained. That night, the sky, which had been clear and cold, began to curdle. Dark clouds rolled in over the mountain peaks with an unnatural speed, swallowing the stars. The wind picked up, whipping the lake's surface into a frenzy of black, choppy waves. A full moon, pale and sickly, peered through the racing clouds. It was time for Rule #1. Hudson found me on the deck, securing loose equipment. "The moon's up," he said, handing me a can of thick, crimson paint and a brush. "The axe needs to be fresh. Right on the bow, big and bold." As I made my way to the front of the boat, the wind tearing at my jacket, I saw Ellis Rowe struggling with a loose tarp that was threatening to fly away. "Give me a hand with this, Kearney," he yelled over the wind. "This is more important than painting fairy tales on the damn boat." He was right from a practical standpoint. The tarp was a real, tangible threat to our equipment. The red X was folklore. I hesitated, my logical mind warring with the cold, primal fear the lake inspired. I spent a precious 10 minutes helping Ellis secure the tarp, the waves crashing over the bow, soaking us with icy water. By the time we were done, the full force of the storm was upon us. I managed to slap a hasty, dripping red X onto the bow, but the rain was already starting to smear it, the crimson pigment running like blood in the water. It wasn't enough. An hour later, at the height of the storm, a thick, unnatural fog rolled across the water, blanketing the venture. It was colder than the rain, a clinging, clammy mist that deadened all sound save for the howling wind. And in the fog, directly off the bow, a shape began to form. It was a swirling vortex of mist, but it had a vague, terrifyingly female form, its outlines shifting and indistinct, like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. The lake witch, Ellis Rowe, was on the deck, trying to clear a scupper that had become clogged with debris. He looked up, saw the shape in the fog, and froze, his face a mask of pale, stark terror. He opened his mouth to scream, but the wind snatched the sound away. A wave, impossibly large for a landlocked lake, a rogue wall of black water, rose up from the churning surface. It didn't just crash over the side. It seemed to reach for him, a liquid hand that plucked him from the deck and dragged him into the freezing black water. He was there 1 second, and the next he was gone. We heard no splash, no cry for help. We heard no splash, no cry for help. Just the howling of the wind and the sight of the witch in the fog, slowly dissipating as if its work was done. We searched for an hour, our spotlights cutting uselessly into the storm-tossed water. But we all knew it was hopeless. The lake had taken him. And then, in the heart of the storm, as we stood, shocked and silent on the heaving deck, it began. Duong. A sound so deep, so sorrowful, it seemed to come from the very bones of the earth beneath the lake. A single, submerged bell, tolling with a slow, funereal finality. Duong. Hudson Ray's face went ashen. He grabbed my arm, his grip like iron. Hands on your heart. Now! He roared at all of us. And not another word until it stops. Do you understand me? Not one sound. Duong. We stood there, a terrified, rain-soaked congregation on the deck of our floating coffin. Danny, her face pale, pressed her hands to her chest. Naomi did the same, her eyes wide with a scholar's terror, recognizing the folklore coming to life before her. I followed suit, my heart hammering against my own hands, the toll of the underwater bell vibrating through my entire body. It was a sound of immense, ancient grief, a summons for the newly dead. We stood in terrified, reverent silence, listening to the lake toll for the soul of Ellis Rowe, the man who thought the rules were just a story. The bell tolled 13 times, a final, resonant clang that seemed to shake the very keel of the venture. And then silence descended once more. A silence that was heavier, more profound than before. The storm, as if its purpose had been served, began to abate with the same unnatural speed with which it had arrived. Within the hour, the lake was calm, the moon shining down from a clear, star-dusted sky onto a surface as black and still as glass. But the calm was a lie. The boat felt violated. Ellis Rowe was gone, and the weight of his absence was a tangible presence among us. No one slept. We gathered in the galley, the bright, sterile room a flimsy fortress against the immense waiting darkness outside. Hudson Ray was a man transformed. His usual laconic calm was gone, replaced by a raw, agitated energy. His eyes constantly darted towards the windows, towards the lake. Dani was the one who broke the silence. Her voice was low, controlled, but humming with a scientist's focused fury. That wasn't a rogue wave, and fog doesn't have a face. What is this place, Hudson? What the hell is going on here? Hudson looked at her, his face grim. I told you, you follow the rules, you live. Ellis didn't. The lake is old. It has needs. It has a balance. He tipped it, Balance? That's what you call it? Danny shot back, her voice rising. A man is dead. She turned to her console, her fingers flying across the keyboard. My sonar is telling me there's a town down there. My thermal sensors are picking up inexplicable cold spots all around the boat. This isn't a research mission. It's something else, and you know what it is. Before Hudson could answer, Naomi spoke, her voice soft but clear. He's right, Danny, in a way. The stories. They all speak of it. They call the entity the Soul Fisher, the ferryman below. It doesn't act out of malice. It acts to maintain a balance we don't understand. The rules, they aren't for us. They are for it. They are the grammar of a conversation, an offering of bread to appease its watchers, a mark of respect on the full moon, a posture of submission when it tolls for a new soul. We are visitors in its church, and it demands we show respect. The quiet, academic explanation was somehow more chilling than Hudson's grim warnings. It framed the horror in a context of ancient, immutable law. The next morning rose gray and misty. The mood on the boat was thick with a mixture of grief and paranoia. We went through the motions of our work, but everyone was jumpy, on edge. It was Danny who saw it first. She was staring at her sonar screen, her face pale. "Silas, get over here," she said, her voice tight. I walked over. On the screen, a second sonar contact was clearly visible, shadowing us, about 100 yards off our port side. It was the exact size and shape of the Venture. "There's nothing on the radar," she whispered. "Oh, the thermal. It's cold. It's not real, but it's there." We went out on deck. The mist was thick, visibility down to less than 50 yards. But then, for a moment, the fog parted, a curtain drawing back on a horrifying stage. And we saw it. A boat. A perfect, silent, dark duplicate of the Venture. It sat motionless on the water, its paint peeling in the exact same places as ours, its equipment arranged in the same configuration. It was a perfect reflection, a mirror image. And on its deck, we could see figures, indistinct, shadowy silhouettes in the mist. 4 of them. One at the helm, one by the galley door, one near the stern, and one by the sonar station. And they were us, Rule of 5. If you see a second boat that looks exactly like yours, do not approach. It's a mirror vessel, and its captain is not human. "Get below! Now!" Hudson roared, his voice cracking with a fear I had not heard from him before. "Don't look at it! Don't let it see you looking." But Donnie, the scientist, the pragmatist, was frozen in place, her need for proof, for tangible evidence, overriding her survival instinct. She raised the heavy professional-grade camera she used for documenting geological formations, its long telephoto lens extending like a spyglass. "I have to get a picture," she breathed, her eye pressed to the viewfinder. "I have to document this." "Donnie! No!" I yelled, taking a step towards her. On the deck of the mirror vessel, the figure standing by the sonar station, her own doppelganger, slowly raised its head. It lifted a shadowy hand and pointed directly at Donnie. Donnie gasped, her body going rigid. The camera fell from her hands, clattering onto the deck. She began to convulse, a violent, terrifying seizure, her back arching, a thin line of foam appearing on her lips. Her eyes rolled back in her head. The mirror vessel, its purpose served, dissolved back into the mist, vanishing as silently as it had appeared. We rushed to Danny's side, but the damage was done. The seizure subsided, leaving her limp, unconscious, her breathing shallow, her pulse thready. She was alive, but she was gone, trapped somewhere between the real boat and its spectral reflection. As I was trying to administer first aid, my hands shaking, I felt something in the pocket of her field jacket. I pulled it out. It was a small, waterproof, leather-bound journal. Her private log. I knew I shouldn't, but I opened it. The last entry, from the night before, was written in a shaky, hurried script. "Hudson's a ghost. His stories don't add up. GPS logs from the company server don't match his manual logs. He isn't taking us on a survey route. He's taking us in circles. He's following a deliberate pattern. the exact pattern of the vanished 1994 expedition. Danny's logbook was a ticking bomb in my hands. The revelation that Hudson was deliberately steering us into a reenactment of a famous maritime disaster on a lake governed by deadly supernatural rules shifted the very foundation of my reality on the venture. He wasn't just a grim captain, he was a conspirator. But in what? Was he trying to solve the mystery of the 94 expedition, or was he trying to repeat it? Danny remained in a deep, coma-like state. We moved her to a bunk in the main cabin, her breathing shallow, her skin clammy and cool. She was lost to us, her mind seemingly snatched away by her spectral twin. Hudson was now the sole authority on a boat crewed by a folklorist, a comatose technician, and me, a man armed with a terrible, dangerous secret about his captain. I had to know more. I had to find proof that was more concrete than a private journal entry. That afternoon, while Hudson was occupied with a long, intense radio conversation with the mainland, a call he took in private, his voice too low to be overheard, I made my move. I knew I had a small window. I slipped into the captain's private quarters, a cramped, meticulously neat cabin at the stern of the boat. The air inside was different, thick with the smell of old paper, pipe tobacco, and something else, a faint metallic scent like old blood or rust. My search was frantic, my ears straining for the sound of Hudson's footsteps. I didn't know what I was looking for. A different map? A secret radio? I found it tucked away in a locked footlocker under his bunk. The lock was old, but the heavy wrench from my tool belt made short work of it. Inside, beneath charts and spare parts, was not a modern logbook, but a collection of old, leather-bound captain's logs, dating back decades. My blood ran cold as I opened the first one. It was from a different boat, a different crew, 20 years ago. It detailed a week-long geological survey on Black Hollow Lake. It mentioned the crew by name. It detailed the strange rules, mishap on deck. Lost Henderson to the fog. Mission aborted. The name Henderson was circled in red. The next logbook was from 10 years after that. A different boat, a different crew. The same story, the same rules, the same outcome. Lost two this time. Miller and Vance saw the other boat. They didn't listen. Their names were circled. I flipped to the most recent logbook, the one for the venture. Our names were all there. Silas Kearney, Danny Morales, Ellis, Rowe, Naomi Bell. And at the bottom of the page, a series of empty circles waiting to be filled in. He wasn't a captain, he was a reaper, a record keeper of sacrifice. As I was staring at the horrifying ledger, a sudden splash from outside made me jump. I peered out the small porthole window. The oar I had been using to check the depth near the stern, which I had left leaning against the railing, had slipped and fallen into the black water. My first instinct was to rush out, to grab a gaff hook and retrieve it. Rule 4. If you see a hand reach out of the water for your oar, let go and do not retrieve it. The rule wasn't exactly right, but it was close enough. As I watched, a pale, bloated, unmistakably human hand, its flesh sloughing off the bone, erupted from the water's surface. It grasped the floating oar with a sense of purpose, and with a final fluid motion, dragged it down into the depths, vanishing without a ripple. I stumbled back from the porthole, my breath catching in my throat. My frantic search of the cabin became more desperate. Behind a false panel at the back of his closet, I found a sealed, waterproof case. Inside were personal effects, relics from the 1994 expedition. A tarnished silver flask, a compass with a cracked face, and a photograph, protected by a plastic sleeve. It was a picture of the 94 crew, smiling on the deck of their boat. I saw a younger, less weathered Hudson Ray, his arm around the shoulder of another man, and standing off to the side, a guest on the expedition. A teenager with a familiar, gap-toothed grin was my brother, Liam. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. He had been here on this boat, part of this same cursed cycle. My quest for truth had collided with my own personal history in the most horrific way possible. Just then, the boat's PA system, which had been silent, crackled to life. It wasn't Hudson's voice. It wasn't mine. It was a woman's voice, clear and eerily calm. It was Danny Morales. But Danny was still lying comatose in her bunk, 100 feet away. He doesn't want a sacrifice, her phantom voice announced to the silent boat. He wants a replacement. Danny's disembodied voice, a chilling, impossible broadcast from her comatose body, hung in the cramped cabin air like a death sentence. He wants a replacement. The words echoed what I now knew to be true, recontextualizing the logbooks, the circled names, the photograph of my brother. This wasn't a series of tragedies. It was a series of job interviews for a position in hell, and Hudson Ray was the head recruiter. I stared at the photograph, at Liam's innocent, smiling face, and a cold, clarifying rage burned through the fog of my fear and grief. My brother hadn't been an accident. He had been a candidate, the intended replacement. And whatever had happened on this lake in 1994, Hudson Ray had been at the center of it. I placed the photo and the logbook into my own waterproof pack, my movements now precise and deliberate. The hunter had become the hunted. But now, the hunted knew the name of the game. I stepped out of Hudson's cabin and onto the deck, the evidence secured. He was waiting for me. He stood by the wheelhouse, his calm, weathered facade still perfectly in place. But his pale blue eyes held a new light, not of surprise, but of weary resignation. He had known I would find out. It was, I realized, part of the cycle. You found it, he said. It wasn't a question. I suppose it was your time to know. Your blood gives you a certain resonance with this place, a key to its locked rooms. My brother, I said, my voice low and dangerous. He was on your boat in '94. Hudson nodded slowly, a deep, sorrowful sigh escaping his lips. He was a bright kid, full of life. The research company brought him along as a guest of his uncle, one of the geologists. He looked out at the black, placid water. He was meant to be the one, the offering, the one who would take the post and allow the rest of us to leave. But he was just a boy. He was too afraid. When the ferryman came for him, he fought. And the ferryman, it does not tolerate defiance. The bargain was broken. The boat and everyone on it paid the price. Everyone but you, I countered, my hand tightening on the heavy wrench I still carried. You survived. How? Survived? Hudson let out a short, bitter laugh that held no humor. Only decades of exhaustion. This isn't survival, son. This is a curse. An anchor. In the final moments as the boat was being pulled under, as my crewmates were being taken by the water, the ferryman offered me a deal. Not life, not freedom. A post. A new captain is needed for the vessel. It communicated, serve me. And you may walk the earth until a replacement is found. I took the deal. I chose to live as a ghost rather than die as a man. His story, as fantastic as it was, rang with the terrible truth of lived experience. He was a prisoner, not a monster. But he was a prisoner who had led others to the slaughter to secure his own release. The other crews, I said, my voice cold. Ellis, Danny, you led them all here to die. I led them here to provide a choice, he retorted, his voice rising with the first flash of real emotion I had seen from him. To give the ferryman what it needs to maintain the balance. I uphold the rules. I give them every chance to survive. But the lake chooses. It tests. It finds a weakness, a flicker of doubt, a moment of arrogance, and it makes its claim. I don't choose the sacrifice, Silas. The lake does. And now, he looked at me, his eyes filled with a terrible, ancient pity. With your brother's blood calling to yours, it has finally chosen a worthy replacement. As he spoke, he reached into the wheelhouse and, with a single decisive motion, pulled a heavy lever. The low, asthmatic groan of the Venture's engine sputtered and died. The silence that followed was absolute, a profound, expectant hush. He had stranded us, in the center of the lake, in the heart of the ferryman's domain. The engine will not start again until the toll is paid, Hudson said grimly. It is time. The water around the boat began to churn. The water around the boat began to churn. The sky above, cloudless moments before, darkened with an unnatural speed. The underwater bell began to toll, not the slow, funereal rhythm from before, but a frantic, hungry, insistent peal. And from the mist, the mirror vessel returned. It wasn't a distant shadow this time. It glided towards us, silent and inexorable, stopping just a few feet from our port side. Its deck was fully crewed. I saw a spectral Ellis Rowe, his face a mask of watery terror. I saw a vacant, staring Danny, her soul already trapped on the other side. I saw the crew from the 1994 photograph, and at the helm, I saw a pale, terrified teenage boy, Liam, my brother. His ghostly eyes met mine, and his mouth opened in a silent, pleading scream. And then, from the black water between the two boats, the ferryman itself began to rise. It was a nightmare of biology and folklore. Taller than a man, its skin was the slick, mottled gray of a catfish, stretched tight over a skeletal frame. Its ribcage was exposed, the bones elongated and flattened, resembling the oars of a hellish galley. Its arms were long and thin, ending in webbed, three-fingered hands. And its face was a mask of rotting ancient wood, with two dark, empty holes where eyes should have been. It was the spirit of the lake, the ancient psychopomp, risen to claim its due. Hudson dropped to his knees on the deck, his head bowed. "I have brought you a new servant," he yelled, his voice cracking. "One of the old blood. Take him and release me. Our bargain is fulfilled." A new voice, ancient and wet, like stones grinding together at the bottom of a river, echoed in my mind. "The blood is strong," the ferryman communicated. "The debt is old. A replacement is required." This was the climax, the final test. But Naomi Bell, the quiet folklorist, stepped forward. Her form I now saw was slightly translucent, shimmering at the edges. She was, as I had begun to suspect, a ghost herself, a spirit tethered to this place by her own unfinished business. "It's a creature of bargains, Silas," she called out, her voice clear and strong, defying the telepathic pressure. "But a bargain must be accepted. It cannot take one who does not yield." Enraged by her defiance, the ferryman lunged, not at me, but at the boat itself. A massive webbed hand slammed against the hull, the wood groaning, splintering. The mirror vessel began to merge with our own, the two realities overlapping. The deck tilted violently, and I was thrown against the railing, finding myself face to face with my own doppelganger, its eyes empty, its hand reaching for me. The air filled with the spectral screams of the damned. Hudson was chanting, trying to complete his part of the bargain. I fought off my other self, my fist passing through its shoulder with a burst of icy cold. With a burst of icy cold. And in the center of the chaos, the ferryman stood, its empty gaze fixed on me, waiting for my surrender. I had to choose. Die here, drowned in a sea of ghosts, or take my brother's place, to become the ferryman's new, cursed ferryman. But as I looked at Liam's terrified, spectral face, a third option, a desperate, insane gambit, began to form in my mind. A new bargain, my bargain. The two boats, one real, one spectral, ground against each other, their realities merging in a sickening fusion of solid wood and cold, shimmering mist. The deck of the Venture was now a battlefield of overlapping worlds. I was fighting my own ghost, a silent, empty-eyed copy whose touch was a deep, soul-chilling cold that promised oblivion. Around me, the spectral crew of 94, Liam included, drifted like smoke, their silent screams a constant, psychic pressure. The ferryman, a towering figure of ancient wood and waterlogged flesh, stood at the center of the chaos, its focus absolute, its patience eternal. It was waiting for my will to break. Hudson Ray, his face a mask of desperate, fanatical hope, was chanting, his words a strange, guttural litany that seemed to bind the two worlds together. He was the anchor for this nightmare, the master of ceremonies for my damnation. "He's the key, Silas." Naomi's spectral voice cut through the din, her form flickering bravely near the wheelhouse. "The ferryman's power over this realm flows through its chosen agent. The bargain binds them. If you sever that connection, you break its hold." She was right. I couldn't fight the god, but I could fight the men who served it. I shoved my doppelganger back, the spectral form staggering as if struck by a physical blow. I had to get to Hudson. He saw me coming, his eyes widening in panic. He knew what I intended. He scrambled back, trying to put the ferryman's towering form between us. "No, you cannot interfere. The bargain must be honored." The ferryman raised a massive webbed hand, preparing to strike me down. But Naomi, my ghostly folklorist, my unexpected ally, chose that moment to act. With a final sorrowful look at me, she gathered her remaining spectral energy and threw herself forward, not at the ferryman, but at the ancient, rotting wooden mask that served as its face. Her form, pure spirit, impacted the mask with a burst of brilliant white light. It was like a flashbulb going off in a pitch-black room. The ferryman let out a psychic roar of pain and confusion, its connection to the physical world momentarily blinded, its concentration broken. It was the opening I needed. I lunged past the staggering entity, ignoring my own screaming doppelganger, and tackled Hudson Ray. We went down hard on the slick, wet deck. He was surprisingly strong, his body wiry and filled with a desperate, unnatural power drawn from his master. He clawed at my face, snarling, his civilized mask completely gone, revealing the cornered, terrified animal beneath. "You're ruining it," he screamed, his voice a raw, desperate sob. 30 years. I've served for 30 years. It's my turn to be free. Your freedom cost my brother his life. I roared back, my grief and rage giving me a strength I didn't know I possessed. I wasn't just fighting for myself anymore. I was fighting for Liam. I managed to pin his arms. I looked into his eyes, and for the first time, I saw past the monster. I saw a man old and tired and so very, very scared. The man he had been in 1994. The man who had made a terrible choice in a moment of ultimate terror. "The bargain," I gasped, my lungs burning. "How do you break it? Not transfer it, break it." Hudson's face, a mess of tears and rain, crumpled. Hudson's face, a mess of tears and rain, crumpled. The fight went out of him. "You can't," he whimpered. "It's a pact of balance. It must have a servant on the water. That is the only law." Naomi's sacrifice had bought me time, but it wasn't enough. The ferryman was already recovering, its massive head turning back towards us, its empty eye sockets fixing on me once more. The mirror vessel began to solidify, its ghostly crew reaching for me with renewed purpose. It was then that I saw it. Tucked into Hudson's belt was an old, tarnished flare gun. A relic from the '94 expedition, perhaps. A last resort. My mind raced, connecting the pieces. Hudson's confession. Naomi's sacrifice. The ferryman's nature as a creature of bargains and balance. It must have a servant on the water. A terrible, desperate idea took hold. An idea born of a soldier's pragmatism and a brother's grief. With a final surge of strength, I rolled off Hudson, snatched the flare gun from his belt, and aimed it not at the ferryman, but at the spectral form of my brother, Liam, who was standing at the railing of the mirror vessel, his face a mask of ask, silent, eternal pleading. "If you want a soul, you ancient bastard," I screamed at the ferryman, my voice cracking. "Then take a willing one. Take me. But first, you let him go." I pulled the trigger. The flare shot across the space between the boats and struck Liam's ghostly form. There was no impact, but there was a brilliant flash of red light. For a heartbeat, my brother's face changed. The terror vanished, replaced by a look of surprise. And then, a faint, grateful smile. His form dissolved, not into mist, but into a shower of gentle, fading motes of light. I hadn't hurt him. I had released him. The ferryman stopped. The entire chaotic scene froze. It turned its massive head from Liam's fading light back to me. A new understanding, a new bargain had been struck. I had offered myself, not as a cowering sacrifice, but as a willing replacement, and my first act as its servant was to free one of its captive souls. I had changed the terms of the contract. Hudson Ray stared at me, his face a mixture of horror and dawning, impossible hope. He began to age before my eyes. The 30 years he had been held in stasis catching up to him in a matter of seconds. His hair thinned and turned white. His skin wrinkled and sagged, his body shrinking into that of a frail, dying old man. His debt was paid. The ferryman had accepted my terms. The moment the ferryman accepted my bargain, the world corrected itself with a violent, wrenching shudder. The mirror vessel dissolved into the mist, taking its ghostly crew with it. The underwater bell fell silent. The storm ceased, the clouds parting to reveal a calm, stardusted sky. The spectral pressure in the air vanished, replaced by the simple, clean chill of a night on the lake. On the deck of the Venture, Hudson Ray gave one last rattling gasp, a look of profound, exhausted relief on his ancient face, and then lay still. His curse was broken. He was finally free to die. Dani Morales, still in her bunk, stirred, her eyelids fluttering. Her soul, tethered to a doppelganger that no longer existed, was slowly finding its way home. And I felt a change deep within me. A cold, quiet understanding settled into my bones. The lake was no longer just a body of water. It was a territory, a kingdom, and I was its new warden, its new agent. The grief for Liam, the burning rage that had fueled me for 20 years, was gone. In its place was a vast, calm, and terribly empty sense of duty. I got the Venture's engine running again. It started on the first try. I piloted the boat back to the small private dock, the journey silent and uneventful. When the authorities arrived, summoned by the research company, after hours of radio silence, they found a scene of contained chaos. The body of a man who had seemingly died of extreme old age. A comatose but stable technician, and me. My story was simple, and mostly true. We were hit by a sudden violent storm. A rogue wave took Ellis Row. The trauma of the event caused Dani to have a seizure, and the extreme stress of it all caused Captain Ray, a man with a previously unknown heart condition, to suffer a fatal coronary. It was a neat, tragic, and entirely believable story. The company, eager to avoid any more scandal associated with the cursed lake, quietly shut down the project, paid me an exorbitant amount of hazard pay, and sealed the records. Black Hollow Lake fell silent once more. I survived. I walked away. I tried to build a life. Dani eventually recovered, with no memory of the mirror vessel or the ghostly figures, only of a terrible storm and a frightening seizure. We never spoke of it again. But I knew the truth. I was bound by my new pact. And I knew the truth. I could leave the lake. But the lake would never leave me. I was its agent, its captain in waiting, and I would be called back when my service was required. The final scene finds me years later. I am living a quiet, solitary life in a small coastal town, as far from the mountains and their dark waters as I can get. One evening, a letter arrives. It's on expensive letterhead from a new, aggressive resource corporation. They are reopening exploration of a recently acquired, resource-rich lake in the Appalachian Mountains. They are putting together a new, state-of-the-art research vessel, and they are offering me an exorbitant amount of money, a consultant's fee, to act as an experienced guide for their new captain and crew, given my legendary survival of the tragic Venture incident. The call has come. I stand in my small living room, the letter trembling in my hand. I look at my reflection in the dark window glass, and for a split second, the reflection is not of my room. Behind me, silent on a black, still lake, floats the Venture, and standing at its helm is a figure who looks exactly like me, his face calm, his eyes holding the ancient, patient knowledge of the water. My doppelganger, my other half. He gives me a slow, knowing nod. The toll is always paid. The ferryman is eternal. And now it's my turn to row. I used to chase other people's ghosts for a living. Not the spectral kind, but the flesh and blood phantoms that haunt the living. Cheating spouses, corporate spies, the occasional runaway teenager playing at being invisible. I was good at it. I was a damn good private investigator, until a case named Alistair Finch, a quiet, wealthy man who hired me to find his supposedly missing wife, vanished into thin air himself, taking my license, my reputation, and my belief in a logical, ordered world with him. They found his car abandoned on a mountain road, his office cleared out, no forwarding address. He became a ghost, and in the process, he made one out of me. Now, desperate for work that paid in cash, and didn't require a background check that would unearth my spectacular professional flameout. I'm the new night guard at Black Hollow Asylum. The name itself is a cliché, but the place is anything but. It's tucked so deep in a forgotten Appalachian ravine that the GPS gives up a mile out, leaving you to navigate by a set of hand-painted, moss-eaten signs. It feels like the world forgot it on purpose. The asylum is a grim, Victorian monolith of dark stone and slate, officially shuttered for 20 years after a fire gutted the East Wing, but recently reopened under the discreet banner of private long-term care. My orientation wasn't conducted by a cheerful HR representative. It was a 5-minute meeting with a grim-faced administrator who handed me a set of keys, a surprisingly heavy flashlight, and a single laminated sheet of paper titled Night Shift Protocols, My Rules for Survival. 1. Never unlock cell 17. Even if you hear staff or patients begging from inside, all staff are accounted for. 2. If the lights in the East Wing flicker in Morse code, write down the message but never read it aloud. Submit the transcription in the morning log. 3. Always greet the portrait in the main lobby with "Good evening, doctor," upon starting your shift. 4. Never let the asylum cat inside the restricted wing. She knows what you did. 5. If you pass someone in a patient gown who whispers your name, keep walking and don't answer. The guard I replaced, a man named Henderson, apparently broke that last rule, or so the rumors went. They found his uniform neatly folded on the guard's desk, his keys and flashlight placed perfectly beside it. But the man himself was just gone, vanished mid-shift. My first night began under a bruised, starless sky. The silence of the mountains was a living thing, a heavy blanket that smothered all sound. I walked through the heavy iron gates and into the asylum's main lobby. The air inside was the first thing that hit me. A sterile, chemical scent of industrial-grade antiseptic, and something else, something much older. The smell of dust, old paper, and a faint, cloying sweetness like dried flowers and decay. It was the smell of old, institutional sorrow, scrubbed but never fully erased. The lobby was a cavernous space, a grand Gothic hall that seemed to swallow the light from the few working lamps. And there, on the far wall, dominating the room, was the portrait. It was a massive, oil-on-canvas depiction of a stern, bearded man in 19th century attire, his eyes rendered with a skill that made them seem to follow me as I crossed the black and white tiled floor. A small brass plaque on the frame read, Dr. Alistair Blackwood, founder, 1888, Rule #3. It felt utterly, profoundly stupid, but the memory of Henderson's folded uniform was a stark counterpoint to my skepticism. I stood before the portrait, feeling like a fool. "Good evening, doctor," I said, my voice sounding small and thin in the vast echoing space. The moment the words left my lips, a wave of intense, inexplicable cold washed over me. So potent it felt like stepping into a walk-in freezer. It was a dry, dead cold that had nothing to do with the building's temperature. It lasted only a second and vanished. I looked at the portrait. The painted eyes of Dr. Alistair Blackwood seemed to glint in the dim light, a flicker of ancient, knowing amusement in their depths. I shook my head, my rational mind scrambling for an explanation. A draft, my own nerves. But the feeling had been too specific, too sudden. My tour of the ground floor was a study in contrasts. The West Wing was modern, renovated, with secure doors and motion-activated lights. This was the active wing, where the current patients, the dangerous, the wealthy, the forgotten, were housed. The East Wing, however, was a ruin. It was cordoned off with heavy chains and no entry signs, the air thick with the smell of old smoke from the fire 20 years ago. The doors were blackened, the walls scarred. It was a dead, silent place. As I was making my rounds, a flash of movement caught my eye. A calico cat, sleek and well-fed, trotted silently down the main corridor. She had a torn ear and an air of absolute ownership. Patches, according to the brief memo I'd been given. The asylum's resident mouser. She followed me for a while, her tail held high, occasionally rubbing against my leg. But as we approached the heavy, electronically locked door that led to the restricted wing, the high security ward, she stopped dead. She sat on the floor, a clear line drawn, and stared at the door. A low, guttural hiss escaped her, a sound of pure, unadulterated loathing. She looked at me, then back at the door, as if to make sure I understood. Rule #4. Never let the asylum cat inside the restricted wing. She knows what you did. What did I do? I'd only been here an hour. I reached down to coax her, but she backed away, still hissing, her eyes fixed on the forbidden door. A cold knot formed in my stomach. The rules weren't just a list. They were a living, breathing part of this place. The cat knew it, and now, so did I. I turned my back on the restricted wing and continued my patrol, the feeling of being watched by more than just security cameras settling over me like a shroud. The first shift had just begun, and already, I felt like I was failing a test I didn't understand. The first few nights at Black Hollow were a masterclass in paranoia. I learned the asylum's rhythms, its nocturnal language of groaning pipes, settling foundations, and the lonely, echoing click of my own footsteps on the tiled floors. I performed my duties with a methodical precision that was part of my nature as an investigator, but also a desperate defense against the creeping, irrational dread the place inspired. I greeted the portrait of Dr. Blackwood every evening at the stroke of 10, and every evening I was met with that same wave of unnatural cold, a silent, chilling acknowledgement of my presence. Patches the cat would often accompany me on my rounds, a furry, four-legged sentinel, but she would never, under any circumstances, cross the yellow line painted on the floor before the restricted wing. Her unwavering adherence to Rule #4 was more convincing than any warning from a human could ever be. It was on my 5th night that Rule #2 came into play. I was in the main security office, a small glass-enclosed room overlooking the lobby, watching the bank of grainy, black and white monitors. The East Wing, the derelict, fire-damaged section of the asylum, was mostly dark on the screens, a void of shadow and memory. But then, a single light in a long abandoned corridor on the 2nd floor began to flicker. It wasn't a random, faulty flicker. It was precise, deliberate, a rhythmic pattern of long and short bursts of light. Morse code. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. If the lights in the East Wing flicker in Morse code, write down the message but never read it aloud. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking slightly, and started recording the monitor, zooming in on the flickering light. The sequence repeated itself over and over again. A frantic, silent message broadcast from a dead part of the building. I replayed the video, my pen scratching across a page in my small notebook, meticulously transcribing the dots and dashes. Please. Help. Hungry. The words were a primal, desperate plea. My first instinct was to call it in, to report it to the skeleton crew of night nurses. But the rule was specific. Submit the transcription in the morning log. Not a word aloud. It implied the message itself was a trap, that giving it voice would give it power. The next day, I sought out the man responsible for the asylum's ancient power grid. Hector Lynn was a reclusive, twitchy technician who lived in a cluttered workshop in the asylum's sub-basement. A place that smelled of ozone, solder, and paranoia. He was a man who seemed to be vibrating on a different frequency from the rest of the world. His fingers constantly, nervously, tapping out silent rhythms on his knee. Morse code. I showed him my notebook. His eyes widened, and he snatched the book from my hand. "You didn't say it, did you?" he whispered, his voice hoarse. "You didn't read it out loud?" "No," I said. "The rules said not to." He let out a long, shuddering breath of relief. "Good, that's good. They talk. The lights, the pipes, the static on the radio. They all talk. It's the old wiring, the fire. It made the whole wing into a kind of antenna, a sensitive receiver for things." He wouldn't elaborate. He just took my notebook, transcribed the message into the official log with a shaking hand, and then handed me a small laminated Morse code chart. "It'll happen again," he said, not looking at me. "Write it down. Write it down. Just, for the love of God, don't ever say it." That night, my sense of being watched intensified. Every shadow seemed to hold a waiting figure, and as I was doing my patrol of the lower levels, the long, sterile corridors of the administrative basement, it happened. A figure in a standard-issue patient gown, its head bowed, its feet shuffling, emerged from a side corridor and walked slowly towards me. This wasn't unusual. Sometimes patients with sleep disorders would wander. I prepared to calmly redirect him back to the West Wing. But as he drew level with me, he didn't look up. He just whispered my name. "Owen." The voice was a dry, papery rustle, but it sent a spear of ice through my heart. It was a voice I knew. A voice I hadn't heard in 3 years. It was the voice of Alistair Finch, my last client, the man whose disappearance had ruined me. Rule #5. If you pass someone in a patient gown who whispers your name, keep walking and don't answer. Every instinct I had, every fiber of my being as an investigator, screamed at me to stop, to grab him, to demand answers. My past, my failure, my obsession, was shuffling right past me in a hospital gown. My mouth opened to speak his name, but then I remembered the janitor, Tabs McCree. I'd had coffee with her in the break room earlier, a rare moment of camaraderie. She was a tough, cynical woman who'd seen it all. "At last, God, Henderson," she told me, stirring her coffee with a salt packet instead of sugar. "Nice kid. Too curious. The nurses found him in the morning, right in the middle of this hallway. Just standing there, staring," said he'd answered a whisper. He just kept repeating a number, over and over again. 17. 17. Had to ship him out to a long-term care facility. He's still saying it to this day, they say. The memory of her story was the only thing that saved me. I clamped my jaw shut, my teeth grinding together. I forced myself to keep walking, my gaze fixed on the far end of the corridor, my heart a frantic, trapped bird in my chest. I didn't turn around. I didn't answer. The whispering Alistair's voice followed me for a few more steps, pleading, before it faded into the oppressive silence, leaving me alone, trembling, in the long, empty hallway. The encounter with the Alistair Finch Phantom galvanized my investigation. This was no longer just a creepy, high-paying job. It was a direct, undeniable link to the case that had destroyed my life. The asylum held the key. I began to dig, using my old pie skills. My insomnia-fueled nights spent not just patrolling, but excavating the asylum's digital and physical history. I accessed the restricted servers, slicing through Hector's outdated firewalls. I found patient records, redacted and encrypted, but I was good at breaking codes. I started to piece together the work of Dr. Lenora Hargrove. Her files spoke of radical, controversial therapies, trauma immersion, psychic resonance mapping, consciousness extraction and archiving. It was the work of a woman who saw the human mind not as a delicate ecosystem, but as a hard drive to be backed up, wiped, and rewritten. She believed that extreme trauma could be used as a tool, a key to unlock the soul from its physical prison. The fire in the East Wing, I learned, hadn't been an accident. It had been set by a patient during one of these trauma immersion sessions. Dr. Hargrove, along with several patients, had supposedly perished. My investigation was interrupted by the arrival of a new patient. The West Wing was my responsibility to patrol, but the restricted wing was a fortress within a fortress. I only knew a new patient had arrived because I saw the private ambulance, and I saw the orderlies escorting a young man in. His name, according to the brief intake file I saw, was Caleb Rourke. His diagnosis: paranoid delusions and a messianic complex. I met him a few days later. I was doing my rounds in the West Wing's common area. He was sitting alone, sketching in a notebook, looking unnervingly lucid and calm. He looked up as I passed, his eyes clear and intelligent. "You're the new one," he said, his voice quiet, devoid of the manic energy or drugged stupor of the other patients. "You still greet the doctor every night?" The question, so specific, so out of place, made me stop. "It's part of the job," I said cautiously. Caleb nodded slowly. He tore a page from his sketchbook and handed it to me. "He gets angry when you forget," he whispered. "You should keep this a reminder." I looked at the drawing. It was a stunningly detailed charcoal sketch of the thing I had only sensed, the thing that had whispered my name in the basement. It depicted a tall, gaunt figure in a long doctor's coat, its face a swirling vortex of shadow. In one hand, it held a stethoscope. The Hollow Doctor. The name appeared in my mind, unbidden. "He listens to your regrets," Caleb said, his eyes now distant. "And then he prescribes a treatment." His words proved prophetic. That very night, distracted by another series of flickering lights from the East Wing, I forgot. I walked straight past the lobby portrait without the nightly greeting. The wave of cold didn't come. Nothing happened. For a moment, I felt a flicker of relief. Maybe it was all just superstition. Later, I was in the records room, a claustrophobic maze of shelves in the basement. I felt a sudden, sharp drop in temperature. The air grew thick, heavy with the scent of rubbing alcohol and ozone. I felt a chilling presence behind me, a feeling of being watched by something ancient and deeply, clinically, inhuman. I heard the soft, dry whisper of cloth, the faint squeak of a shoe on linoleum, the whisper of a stethoscope. I didn't dare turn around. I was frozen, my blood like ice water. The Hollow Doctor had come to make its rounds. Just as I felt a cold touch on the back of my neck, the voice of Tabs McCree, the janitor, echoed from the far end of the hallway. She was nowhere near me, but her voice was loud, clear, and filled with a forced, cheerful respect. "Working late again, are we? Good evening to you, Doctor." The presence behind me vanished. The cold receded. The air returned to normal. Tabs had saved me. She hadn't seen a thing, but she had felt it, and she had known what to do. The rule wasn't just a courtesy, it was a shield I had carelessly left behind. The next day, Sister Elira, the quiet, bird-like nun who visited the asylum weekly, found me staring at the portrait in the lobby. She moved with a serene grace, her silver rosary clicking softly. "He was a complicated man, Dr. Blackwood," she said, her voice soft. She looked at the painting, but she seemed to be looking through it, at something else. A man of science who dabbled in things best left to God. She turned her pale, knowing eyes to me. "Some paintings are windows, a view into the past. Others," she paused, her gaze intense, "are cages. Be careful you don't mistake one for the other, Mr. Kessler. What you see is not always what is trapped inside." Her words were a riddle, but they planted a seed of a new, terrible idea in my mind. The portrait wasn't just a painting. It was a vessel. Sister Elira's words haunted me. A cage. What was trapped inside that painting? Was it Dr. Blackwood? Or was it the Hollow Doctor, the entity that answered to his name? My investigation intensified, now fueled by a grim sense of purpose. This wasn't just about my past case anymore. It was about understanding the very nature of this prison. The Morse code messages from the East Wing became a nightly occurrence, A ghostly conversation I was transcribing, but not allowed to comprehend. The messages grew more complex, more disturbing. Hargrove is not dead. She watches hungry. The words painted a picture not of a haunting, but of a continued malevolent presence. Dr. Hargrove wasn't a ghost. She was something else. Something worse. Something worse. I focused my research on Cell 17. The records were almost completely expunged, scrubbed from the digital archives with a level of skill that was far beyond a normal IT department. But they couldn't scrub everything. I found fragmented nursing notes in old paper logs, forgotten in a damp storage closet. I found architectural plans showing that Cell 17 was unique. It was the only room in the entire facility with its own dedicated shielded power line, leading directly to a sublevel that didn't officially exist on the building's main schematics. It wasn't a cell. It was a laboratory. The notes I found were terrifying. They described Dr. Hargrove's final experiment. She called it psychic echo implantation. Her theory was that a consciousness, if fractured by sufficient trauma, could be imprinted onto a new host, but her first attempts had failed. The extracted consciousness wasn't stable. It couldn't be controlled. Her last notes spoke of a permanent, hostile psychic echo left behind in the room after her final subject expired. The subject's name was redacted, but the date of the experiment was the same day as the fire in the East Wing. That night, it began. "Help me." A voice, coming from inside Cell 17. It was faint, muffled by the heavy padded door, but it was unmistakably human. "Please, is anyone out there? I know you're there. I can hear you breathing." It was a man's voice, laced with terror and desperation. It was a sound I was trained to respond to, a plea that cut through all the supernatural dread and hit the core of who I was. I approached the door, my hand hovering over the heavy lock. Rule 1. Never unlock Cell 17, even if you hear staff or patients begging from inside. "It's Dr. Albright," the voice pleaded, changing its tone to that of the asylum's current administrator, Hargrove. "She trapped me in here. She's still alive. She trapped me in here. She's still alive. You have to let me out." It was lying. It was cycling through identities, searching for one that would work. I backed away, my heart pounding. Then, the voice changed again. And this time, my blood turned to ice. It was the voice of Alistair Finch. "Owen, it's me, Alistair. My God, I don't know how I got here. This woman, she brought me here. She said she was doing experiments. She talked about you, Owen. She said you led her right to me. Please, you have to help me. You have to make up for what happened. You owe me that." It wasn't just a voice. It knew. It knew the details of my case, of my failure, of the guilt that ate at me every single day. It was using my own trauma, my own personal hell, as a key to its lock. I was losing. My hand was on the heavy iron bolt. My skepticism, my adherence to the rules. It was all dissolving in the face of this direct, personal appeal. The chance to right the one wrong that had broken my life was on the other side of this door. "Don't." The voice was quiet, calm, and directly behind me. I spun around. It was Caleb Rourke, the patient.
Oh.
He stood there, his eyes clear and filled with a strange, sad wisdom. The orderlies were nowhere in sight. "It's not him, Owen," Caleb said softly. "It's just a recording, a hook, baited with your own heart. She's fishing, and you're about to take the bait. How did you get out?" I stammered, my mind reeling. Caleb just smiled, a small, sad smile. He pressed a folded piece of paper into my hand. "Some cages have more than one door, just like some doctors have more than one office." The orderlies appeared then, their expressions grim, and escorted Caleb back to his room without a word. I looked down at the paper he had given me. It was another drawing, a meticulously detailed map of the asylum's sub-basement. It showed the boiler room, and behind it, a hidden staircase leading down into the darkness. It led to a section of the asylum that wasn't on any official blueprint, a place labeled with a single chilling designation: Sublevel C. Quarantine. Caleb's hand-drawn map was a key to a door I never should have opened. It burned in my pocket. A silent dare. A path leading down into the asylum's hidden, rotten heart. For 2 more nights, I wrestled with the decision. The voice from cell 17, a constant, tempting poison, whispered at the edge of my hearing. It cycled through its cruel repertoire. Alistair Finch pleading for release. My own father telling me how disappointed he was in me. A spectral echo of my old pay partner, berating me for the failure that cost us our agency. It was a relentless, targeted psychic assault, and I knew my defenses were failing. The rules of the asylum were designed to keep the inmates contained, both living and dead. But Caleb's map offered a different protocol. Go on the offensive, in the source. On the 3rd night, after narrowly avoiding the Hollow Doctor in the West Wing, an encounter that left the air tasting of ozone and my skin crawling with a deep, cellular dread, I made my choice. I could not continue this dance. I could not patrol these haunted halls, waiting for my will to finally crack. I had to face the monster in its lair. Following Caleb's drawing, I descended into the asylum's sub-basement, a labyrinth of massive, groaning boilers, sweating pipes, and the constant, unnerving hum of ancient machinery. The air here was hot, thick with the smell of hot metal, oil, and the ever-present undertone of decay. In the far corner, behind a bank of decommissioned coal furnaces that stood like iron sentinels from a forgotten age, I found it, a section of brick wall that looked slightly newer than the surrounding century-old stone. There was no handle, no seam, but Caleb's map had been precise. I pushed on a specific brick, and with a low groan of grinding stone, a section of the wall swung inwards, revealing a narrow, steep staircase descending into absolute silent blackness. The air that rose to meet me was the opposite of the boiler room's oppressive heat. It was cold. A deep, sterile, unnatural cold that smelled of nothing at all. A complete and total absence of scent that was somehow more terrifying than any foul odor. It was the smell of a place that was utterly disconnected from the living world. Taking a deep breath, I switched on my heavy-duty flashlight, its beam seeming to be swallowed by the oppressive darkness, and began my descent. Sublevel C was not part of the old asylum. The rough-hewn stone of the staircase gave way to smooth, seamless corridors of polished concrete and brushed steel. The architecture was modern, sterile, and utterly soulless. A hidden, high-tech laboratory buried in the guts of a Victorian madhouse. The silence was absolute. My own footsteps, my own breathing, sounded like gunshots in the dead air. This was Dr. Lenora Hargrove's kingdom. I moved through the corridors, my light cutting a nervous path through the gloom. I passed rooms with heavy, windowless doors, each with a small, digital plaque. Psychic resonance chamber, mnemonic extraction suite, cognitive archiving. It was a laboratory dedicated to the vivisection of the human soul. Finally, I came to a large circular chamber with a domed, reinforced glass ceiling. Looking up, I could see the foundations of the building, and I realized with a jolt of horror that I was standing directly beneath cell 17. This was the hub, the control room, and it was a scene from a nightmare. In the center of the room, on a raised metallic table that looked like a cross between a surgical bed and an altar, a body lay under a thin sheet. Wires and electrodes snaked from the body to a massive humming central computer array that dominated the far wall. The monitors displayed a dizzying cascade of data, brainwave patterns, biometric readouts, and lines of complex code. This was the source of the psychic projections, the engine that powered the haunting in cell 17. I approached the table, my heart pounding in my throat. I already knew what I would find. I reached out a trembling hand and pulled back the sheet. It was Alistair Finch. He was emaciated, pale as bleached bone, but he was alive. Barely. His eyes were closed, a faint rhythmic pulse visible in the vein on his temple. He was in a deep, medically induced coma, his body kept alive by a web of IV drips and life support machines. But his mind, His mind was Hargrove's weapon. He was the psychic battery, the living hard drive from which she was broadcasting my own personal hell into the walls of the asylum. He's a remarkable specimen, isn't he? The voice was calm, cultured, and directly behind me. I spun around, my flashlight finding the source. A woman stood in the shadows of the doorway watching me. She was in her late 50s, with sharp, intelligent eyes, silver hair pulled back in a severe bun, and a pristine white lab coat. She held a tablet computer in one hand, and she looked at me not with anger or surprise, but with the mild, professional curiosity of a researcher observing a lab rat that has finally solved a particularly tricky maze. Dr. Hargrove, I breathed, the name tasting like poison. In the flesh, she said with a small, cold smile. Though I do find the ghostly reputation my residual energies have acquired upstairs quite amusing. It provides a wonderfully effective smokescreen. You're supposed to be dead. Death, she said, taking a slow step into the room, is a design flaw, a primitive bit of biological coding that I intend to rewrite. I am a pioneer, Mr. Kessler, and this facility is my new world. She gestured to the comatose form of Alistair Finch. He was my breakthrough, his mind so racked with guilt over what he'd done to his wife. Oh yes, she wasn't missing. He'd had her disappear. It made him the perfect psychic resonator, the perfect amplifier. The pieces of my last case slammed into place with horrifying clarity. Finch hadn't been a victim. He'd been a monster, and Hargrove was a greater monster still. Why me? I demanded, my voice raw. Why bring me here? Because of him, she said, nodding at Finch. Your obsessive, guilt-ridden search for him after he vanished created a powerful psychic link between you. A resonance. I didn't need to hunt for subjects with the right kind of trauma anymore. I just had to follow you. You became my divining rod, my psychic antenna, leading me to minds ripe for extraction. Every case you took after Finch, every desperate soul you tried to find, you were unwittingly flagging them for my research. The horror of her words washed over me. A wave of absolute violation. I hadn't just been a failure as a pie. I had been a Judas goat leading lambs to a slaughter I couldn't even comprehend. And now, she continued, her voice losing its academic calm and taking on a sharp, excited edge, we come to the final phase. My own consciousness is fully mapped. The amplifier is charged, and Mr. Finch's body, his mind now almost completely scrubbed by the process, is the perfect blank slate, the empty vessel I require. She tapped a command into her tablet. Heavy steel shutters slammed down over the doorway, sealing us in. Red lights began to flash on the main computer array. I've been using your psychic link to Finch to stabilize and strengthen the projection matrix for months, she explained, her eyes gleaming with fanatical light. Your presence here, in the heart of the machine, will amplify the signal exponentially. You will be the antenna that allows me to perform the final ritual, to permanently sever what little is left of Alistair's consciousness and upload my own. She looked at me, a final, dismissive glance. You were never hired to be a guard, Mr. Kessler. You were hired to be a tool. And now, your usefulness has reached its intended conclusion. The heavy thud of the steel shutters sealing the laboratory was a sound of absolute finality. I was trapped in a tomb of science and madness, the unwilling fulcrum in Dr. Hargrove's obscene ritual of immortality. Her confession hadn't just revealed the truth. It had reframed my entire life for the past 3 years as a grotesque charade where I was the star puppet. My guilt, my obsession, my very sense of justice, she had weaponized it all. The rage that filled me was cold, pure, and utterly clarifying. You think I'll just stand here and let you do this? I snarled, my hand tightening on the heavy flashlight, my mind racing, assessing the room for any advantage, any weapon. Hargrove let out a sigh of theatrical disappointment. Mr. Kessler, you are an archivist, a former private investigator. I am a neuroscientist who has conquered the very limitations of human biology. We are not playing the same game. We are not playing the same game. She tapped another command into her tablet. A low hum emanated from the psychic amplifier connected to Alistair Finch's body, and the air in the room grew thick, charged with a tangible, oppressive energy. The whispers started again, not just in my head, but seemingly leaking from the very walls. The fractured, terrified voices of Hargrove's other victims, their psychic echoes drawn to this nexus of power. I control the very atmosphere in this room, Hargrove stated, her voice calm and steady over the rising chorus of ghostly pleas. I can fill it with the concentrated terror of 100 fractured minds. You will be catatonic from sheer psychic overload long before the transfer sequence is complete. She was right. The pressure on my mind was immense. A crushing weight of sorrow, fear, and confusion. My own regrets swirled with the stolen pain of others. The room began to spin, but through the psychic static, one voice cut through, clear and urgent. Caleb Rourke's. Not a whisper, but a clear, direct thought projected into my mind. The vessel, Owen, not the doctor. The vessel is the weak point. She can't upload to an unstable system. Caleb, he wasn't just a former patient. He was a powerful psychic, a wild card Hargrove hadn't fully accounted for. He was fighting her from his cell upstairs, lending me his strength, his focus. The vessel, Alistair Finch. I fought against the wave of psychic nausea. Hargrove watched me, a small, confident smile on her face, assuming I was succumbing. I had to get to Finch's body, to the table at the center of the room. It's a shame, Hargrove mused, as if delivering a eulogy. You have a remarkably resilient mind. Under different circumstances, you might have made a fine candidate for extraction yourself. That was my opening. I feigned a stumble, my knees buckling under the psychic assault, and fell towards the main computer array. Hargrove's smile widened. As I fell, I ripped a heavy bundle of power cables from the back of a server rack, sending a shower of sparks into the air. The main lights in the lab flickered and died, plunging us into the dim, hellish red of the emergency lighting. The chorus of whispers faltered for a precious second. In the confusion, I lunged, not at Hargrove, but at the life support system connected to Alistair Finch. I wasn't a doctor. I couldn't perform some complex medical procedure, but I was a damn good saboteur. I brought the heavy bundle of cables down like a club, smashing the delicate control panel of the ventilator. Alarms blared, loud and real, cutting through the ghostly whispers. "No!" Hargrove screamed, her composure finally breaking, her voice a shriek of pure fury. "You insignificant gnat, you'll destabilize the host." She ran towards me, but her path was blocked. The massive power surge from the damaged server, combined with the blaring alarms and my own psychic turmoil, had done something to the atmosphere in the room. It had attracted the asylum's oldest and most powerful resident. The air grew deathly cold. The smell of ozone and rubbing alcohol filled the room. The hollow doctor, drawn from its cage in the portrait by the immense concentration of psychic energy, began to coalesce in the center of the lab. It was no longer a fleeting presence in a hallway. It was a solidifying nightmare. Its featureless face, a vortex of pure shadow, turned towards the source of the greatest trauma in the room. Dr. Lenora Hargrove herself. It had come for its creator. Hargrove froze, her face a mask of horrified disbelief. "No, this is impossible," she stammered. "You are bound by the protocols. You answer to my name." But we weren't upstairs anymore. We were in her godless sanctuary, where the rules no longer applied. The hollow doctor, the composite agony of all her victims, raised a shadowy, indistinct hand and pointed directly at her. For the first time, I saw genuine primal fear in Lenora Hargrove's eyes. She had become a ghost in her own machine. The hollow doctor was not a ghost that could be reasoned with or appeased. It was a force of nature, a hurricane of concentrated pain and vengeance. It glided towards Dr. Hargrove, who scrambled backward, her scientific arrogance completely shattered. leaving only a terrified woman facing the sum of all her sins. "It was for science," she shrieked, throwing her tablet at the entity. The device passed through its shadowy form and clattered uselessly to the floor. "I was conquering death. I was perfecting you." The entity did not respond. It simply reached for her. The scene gave me the cover I needed, while Hargrove was occupied with a monster of her own making. I turned my attention back to my desperate gambit. Caleb's message was clear. Destabilize the host. Smashing the ventilator was a start. But I had to sever Hargrove's connection completely. I saw the main interface on the humming psychic amplifier. A heavy shielded cable that connected the machine directly to the electrode array on Alistair Finch's head. As Hargrove screamed, her body flickering as the hollow doctor's chilling touch made contact. I lunged for the cable. I wrapped my hands around the thick, insulated wire and pulled with every ounce of strength I possessed. The port sparked violently, a shower of blue-white energy erupting as the connection was brutally severed. The effect was instantaneous. The psychic pressure in the room vanished, as if a switch had been flipped. The chorus of whispers fell silent. The hollow doctor, its source of amplified rage, suddenly cut off, let out a final, silent, agonizing scream, and dissolved into nothingness, its purpose fulfilled. Dr. Hargrove, her mind collapsing from the psychic backlash of having her creation turn on her, fell to the floor, her eyes wide and vacant, a thin line of drool trickling from her lips. She was alive, but her consciousness, the brilliant, monstrous mind she had prized above all else, was gone. Wiped clean, and on the table, Alistair Finch's body, freed from the machine that had used it as a puppet, gave one final, shuddering sigh. The heart monitor connected to him flatlined with a long, final, blessed beep. He was finally truly gone. The steel shutters on the door retracted with a heavy groan. The emergency was over. I stood alone in the silent, ruined laboratory, amidst the wreckage of a god complex and the ghosts of dozens of stolen lives. The aftermath was a whirlwind of controlled chaos. I triggered the main fire alarm, and my story was simple. I'd found the hidden lab while investigating a power surge. I'd found a woman, a presumed squatter, or disturbed former employee, who had attacked me before the lab's volatile equipment malfunctioned, killing the man on the table and leaving her in a catatonic state. It was a flimsy story. But in a place like Black Hollow, with its history of fire and missing persons, it was enough. The authorities, seeing the illegal, unethical human experimentation, were more interested in burying the scandal than in questioning the night guard who had uncovered it. Black Hollow Asylum was shut down for good this time. Its doors chained, its secret sealed behind concrete and legal redaction. Dr. Lenora Hargrove, a nameless Jane Doe in the official report, was transferred to a state facility, destined to live out her days as the kind of empty vessel she had sought to create. I left the mountains. I left the world of security and investigation behind. My testimony, given anonymously, had been enough to quietly reopen the Alistair Finch case, though it would likely never be officially solved. My own guilt, while not erased, had been recalibrated. I had not saved Finch, but I had ended the horror he had enabled. I had honored the ghosts of Black Hollow. Years have passed. I work as an archivist again, but for a historical society, a quiet life of paper and dust. But sometimes, on a quiet night, when I'm alone in the echoing silence of the deep storage stacks, I'll feel it. A sudden, inexplicable drop in temperature, the faint, clean scent of rubbing alcohol, and the chilling, certain feeling of being watched. I look at my reflection in the dark glass of a display case. For a split second, just a flicker at the edge of my vision, I see a tall, shadowy figure standing behind me, its face a vortex of darkness. I blink, and it's gone. But I know Hargrove's machine had been amplifying the psychic energy, broadcasting it. But for months, I had been the primary antenna. I had been soaked in it. The hollow doctor was gone, its parts scattered back to the ether, but an echo of its echo had imprinted on me. The asylum is gone, but a small piece of its darkness, a single quiet ghost, followed me out. And some nights, it just wants to make its rounds. The cold in Fog's End Regional Airport, isn't just the mountain air. It's a deep, bone-chilling dread, thick with the scent of ozone and unanswered prayers. My name is Jace Merritt, an ex-pilot haunted by a voice from the sky, now a night supervisor at this forgotten hub. But this place, it has its own terrifying flight plan, governed by strange rules no one dares break. What's the spookiest place you've ever worked the night shift? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're ready to board a flight into true horror, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because here, the terminal doesn't just hold planes, it holds souls. Prepare for takeoff. I came to Fogs End Regional Airport to run away from the sky. That's the simplest way to put it. When you're at 37,000 feet over Kansas and you hear a calm, clear voice whisper a flight correction in your headset. A voice that isn't from air traffic control, isn't your co-pilot, and certainly isn't in your head. You learn to appreciate the solid, unforgiving reliability of the ground. The voice saved us, corrected a trim imbalance seconds before a cascade failure. But it broke something in me. I resigned 2 weeks later, trading the endless blue for the suffocating quiet of the Appalachian Mountains. They gave me the night supervisor job at this forgotten airport, and a worn laminated card with 5 strange rules they called mountain protocols. If you see a pilot in an outdated uniform wandering the terminal, salute him and walk away. If the baggage carousel starts moving on its own, check the tags but never touch the black suitcases. If you hear the announcement for Flight 666, cover your ears and do not look at the screens. If you see a suitcase moving on its own, let it pass. If a stranger in a pilot's uniform asks you for the time, answer, it's always midnight in the mountains. The terminal here is always cold, a deep, damp chill that sinks into your bones, even in the humid heart of summer. And the fog that rolls down off the peaks to swallow the runway has a strange metallic smell, like ozone and old, unanswered prayers. The last supervisor, a guy named Henderson, apparently just walked off the job a month ago, but I found his uniform cap sitting perfectly centered on the motionless baggage carousel, right next to a single, sleek, unmarked black suitcase. My name is Jace Merritt, and this was my first full week flying solo on the night shift. Fogs End wasn't much of an airport anymore. It was a relic, a half-shuttered testament to a time when coal was king and small mountain towns warranted their own runway. Now, it serviced only a few late-night cargo flights and the occasional red-eye for a budget airline, a skeletal operation kept alive by government subsidies. At night, the main terminal was a cavernous, echoing tomb, lit by buzzing fluorescent lights that cast everything in a sickly greenish pallor. The silence between the groans of the aging structure was so profound you could hear the dust settling. My staff consisted of 3 other souls adrift in the graveyard hours. Rena Caldwell, the late-night dispatcher, was the airport's anchor. She was a calm, competent woman in her late 30s with kind, tired eyes, who seemed to have worked here forever. She treated the airport's peculiarities with a placid acceptance, like they were just another line in a long-ignored employee handbook. You'll get used to the quiet, she told me on my first night, her voice a soothing murmur over the dispatch radio. The mountain likes to talk to itself sometimes. Then there was Tommy Griggs, the veteran baggage handler, a man whose good humor was directly proportional to the amount of whiskey in his flask. His face was a roadmap of busted capillaries, but his eyes were sharp. He moved with the slow, deliberate shuffle of a man who had learned long ago not to be in a hurry. He was the one who had pointed out Henderson's cap to me, his breath a fog of sour mash. The captain likes things neat, he'd slurred, before patting the black suitcase beside the cap. But he don't like people touching his passengers' luggage. And finally, there was Marcy, the late-night janitor, an eccentric woman who hummed old folk tunes and held lengthy, one-sided conversations with the vending machines. She saw omens in flickering lights and prophecies in the patterns of spilled coffee. She was the one who had laminated the rules card for me, her handwriting a flowery, looping script. I tried to dismiss the rules as the folksy, superstitious ramblings of an isolated, understaffed crew, a form of mountain hazing. But on my 3rd night, the first rule came for me. I was doing my final walkthrough of the main terminal. The last cargo flight had departed an hour ago. The silence was absolute. I was walking past the darkened ticketing counters for airlines that had gone bankrupt decades ago when I saw him. At the far end of the concourse, near the decommissioned Gate 3, a man stood silhouetted against the large plate glass window. He was tall, ramrod straight, and wearing a pilot's uniform. But it wasn't a modern uniform. It was the old style from the 1970s, with the sharp creases and the distinctive cap. I couldn't see his face clearly in the gloom, but I could feel his presence, a palpable aura of cold authority. He was just standing there, looking out at the fog-shrouded runway. My first instinct was to call out, to ask if he was with a charter flight I hadn't been informed of. But then I remembered the first rule. If you see a pilot in an outdated uniform wandering the terminal, salute him and walk away. It felt ridiculous. I was the supervisor, but something in his stillness, in the sheer wrongness of his presence in this empty, forgotten place, made me hesitate. The figure stopped his vigil of the runway and turned his head slowly towards me. Even from 50 yards away, I could feel the intensity of his gaze, though I couldn't see his eyes. He returned the salute, a crisp, perfect military gesture. Then he turned and took a single step, not towards the exit, but directly towards the solid cinder block wall beneath a faded welcome to Fog's End sign. And he walked right through it. He didn't fade or flicker. One moment, he was a solid silhouette. The next, he was simply gone. The air where he had been standing shimmered for a second, then grew intensely, bitingly cold. I stood frozen, the salute still half-formed, my heart hammering against my ribs. A crackle came from the walkie-talkie on my belt. It was Rena's voice, calm and even. "Good job on the walk-through, Jace," she said, her tone giving nothing away. "The captain appreciates proper courtesy." The encounter with the captain left a residue of cold fear that I couldn't shake. I tried to file it away as a trick of the mind, a product of sleep deprivation and the oppressive, isolating atmosphere of the airport. But Rena's calm, knowing comment over the radio haunted me. It implied that this wasn't an anomaly. It was part of the routine. The rules weren't a prank. They were a procedure. A few nights later, I found Tommy Griggs in his natural habitat, the baggage handler's break room, which smelled of stale beer and old grievances. He was nursing a flask of cheap whiskey, his eyes fixed on the humming, motionless conveyor belt, visible through the grimy window. "He gave you a visit, did he?" Tommy asked without looking at me, his voice a low slur. "The captain?" I just nodded, my throat suddenly dry. "Yeah, he does that." Tommy sighed, taking a long pull from the flask. Tests the new blood. "Long as you show respect, he leaves you be. It's the other stuff you gotta worry about. The luggage." He gestured with his flask towards a dormant baggage carousel in the main terminal. "That's his real territory." He proceeded to tell me the legend, a story passed down through generations of night shift workers at Fog's End. He spoke of Flight 666, the one from the third rule, a flight that had vanished from the departure board and the sky back in the 70s. "They say the souls on that flight, they never landed," he whispered, his eyes distant. "And sometimes, their luggage comes back around, looking for its owners." He leaned closer, his boozy breath hot and sharp. "The black ones, Jace. The plain, black suitcases. That's them. The lost baggage. You can look, but you don't ever touch one. Touching one is like buying a ticket. And trust me, son, it's a one-way trip on an airline you don't want to fly." His words, steeped in alcohol and mountain folklore, should have been easy to dismiss. But later that night, as I was making my rounds, a low, groaning sound echoed through the empty terminal. It was the baggage carousel. It was the baggage carousel. Slowly, ponderously, it began to revolve, its old motor protesting with a sound like a dying man's last breath. And then from the dark, unseen portal where luggage was loaded, they began to appear. A dozen dusty 1970s-style suitcases, their vinyl sides scuffed, their handles cracked. And among them were three sleek, black ones, utterly devoid of any markings, their surfaces seeming to drink the dim fluorescent light. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Rule #2. Check the tags but never touch the black suitcases. I walked forward, my footsteps echoing unnaturally, and leaned over the moving carousel. I picked up the tag on a faded, floral-patterned suitcase. The paper was yellowed and brittle. The name read Doris Miller. The destination tag, however, made the hair on my arms stand on end. It didn't list a city. It read, The Sea of Tranquility. I checked another, a green Samsonite. Name, Robert Chen. Destination, The Void. A child's small, battered case. Destination, home. Each tag told a story of impossible journeys. I instinctively kept my hands far from the black suitcases, which glided past with a silent, ominous grace. The rest of the week was tense but quiet. The story might have ended there, a creepy tale to tell if I ever decided to rejoin the world of the living. But then Tommy had a bad night, a screaming fight over the phone with his estranged ex-wife, her words echoing through the cavernous baggage area. I saw him later, drunker than I'd ever seen him, his face a mask of maudlin self-pity. He was standing by the now motionless carousel, staring at one of the black suitcases that had never been cleared. "Is this it?" He yelled at the empty terminal, his voice cracking with emotion. "Is this what you want? Another lost soul?" Another lost soul. He stumbled forward and, with a defiant, sloppy gesture, laid his palm flat on the smooth black surface of the suitcase. "Take me then, you bastards. I got nowhere else to go." The air grew instantly cold. The air grew instantly cold. A deep silence fell over the terminal, swallowing his voice. Nothing happened. He just stood there for a moment, looking foolish and small, before shuffling off towards the break room. The next morning, the day shift supervisor called me. They had found Tommy. The main baggage conveyor belt, the one that carried luggage from the check-in counters down to the tarmac, had been activated sometime during the night. They found him tangled in the machinery, crushed by the powerful gears. It was a horrific, tragic accident, they said. But when I went down to the morgue to identify the body, I saw the small paper tag the coroner had tied to his wrist for identification, and on it, in what looked like Tommy's own shaky handwriting, was his destination. The crew. Tommy's accident changed everything. It ripped away the veil of folklore and pranks, exposing the raw, deadly reality beneath. This wasn't a haunted airport. It was a hunting ground. His death brought Deputy Ron Keller to my door. Keller was a man whose gruff by-the-book exterior barely concealed a deep-seated weariness. He was a creature of logic and procedure, and Fog's End, with its string of accidents and walk-offs over the years, was an affront to his worldview. "Another one, Merritt," he said, sipping coffee in my small, sterile office. "This place just eats people. You see anything last night?" Griggs seemed distraught. He was drunk. "Deputy," I said, choosing my words carefully. He and his ex-wife had a fight. I told him nothing of the black suitcase. He wouldn't believe me. And I couldn't shake the feeling that speaking too freely about the rules was a violation in itself. But we formed a reluctant, unspoken alliance. Two men trying to find a logical pattern in a place that actively defied it. The fear sent me looking for answers. I sought out Marcy, the late-night janitor. I found her in the deserted food court, carefully wiping down the glass on a vending machine and humming an old, sad ballad. "He touched it, didn't he?" she said without looking at me. Poor Tommy. He knew the rules, but the sadness got too big for him. She sighed, her humming ceasing. "This place, it listens for that, for the sadness." She reached into her large cleaning cart and pulled out a rolled-up yellow tube. It was a set of the original airport blueprints from the 1950s. She unrolled it on a dusty table. "They built this whole place on top of an old Air Force black site from the war," she explained, her finger tracing a line. "A bomb shelter. See here, underneath what they now call Gate 3. She tapped the blueprint. "That gate ain't gate. Look at the original designation. scrawled in faint, spidery ink from a long-dead engineer, was its true number. Gate 666. Its real number is the one they don't say out loud, she whispered. And the announcement, that ain't for passengers. That's a roll call. Her words were still echoing in my ears 2 nights later when it happened. I was in the main control tower, looking down at the fog-drenched runway, when the public address system crackled to life. A sound I hadn't heard since my orientation. A calm, automated female voice. The kind you hear in any modern airport filled the silence. Its message, however, was anything but modern. Flight 666, with final service to an undisclosed location, is now ready for boarding at Gate 3. The third rule. Cover your ears and do not look at the screens. My blood ran cold. I immediately clamped my hands hard over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut. The voice repeated the announcement, serene and terrifying. The departure screens all over the terminal, which should have been dark, flared to life, their flickering, strobing light visible even through my clenched eyelids. I felt a gust of wind, a sudden powerful rush of displaced air, as if a massive crowd of people had sprinted past me in the silent tower. The air filled with the scent of ozone and faint, old-fashioned perfume. It was over in a matter of seconds. When I finally dared to open my eyes, the screens were dark again. The terminal was silent, but I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my soul, that I wasn't alone. I called out for Marcy on the radio. No answer. I ran down to the main terminal. The janitorial cart was standing in the middle of the concourse, a half-eaten bag of chips sitting on its tray. Marcy was gone. Later, Deputy Keller and I reviewed the security footage. The camera in the control tower showed me standing alone, hands clamped over my ears for what looked like a few seconds. But the time code at the bottom of the screen told a different story. It jumped from 2:59:58 directly to 3:61. 6 minutes of my life, of the airport's life, had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only an empty janitor's cart and a dead woman who, according to the coroner, had died peacefully in her sleep from a massive heart attack, found hours later in a supply closet. The disappearance of Marcy, filed away by the authorities as another tragic but explainable death, solidified my alliance with Deputy Keller. He still didn't believe in ghosts, but he believed in patterns, and the pattern at Fog's End was screaming foul play. Together we dug into the old case files of every person who had vanished or died at the airport over the last 40 years. A chilling profile emerged. Loners, drifters, people with few family ties, all hired for the night shift. People who wouldn't be missed. People like Tommy, people like Marcy, people like me. Rena was a source of quiet, sad confirmation. This place has always had a reputation, she told me, her voice heavy with feigned sorrow. It attracts lost souls, Jace. It's a sad truth. The hauntings grew bolder, more personal. But one night, while patrolling the deserted B-wing of the terminal, I saw it. A single sleek black suitcase, identical to the ones from the carousel, slid out from behind a row of ticketing kiosks. It didn't roll. It glided over the linoleum floor, silent and deliberate, moving down the center of the hall on its own. Rule #4. If you see a suitcase moving on its own, let it pass. I flattened myself into a darkened doorway, my heart hammering, and watched as the suitcase glided past, turning a corner and heading for a service elevator. Moments later, Keller arrived, responding to a text I'd sent him about a flickering light in the B-wing. I told him what I'd seen. He scoffed, a weary, frustrated sound. A remote-controlled suitcase, Merritt? That's what we've come to? A prank? He refused to listen to my warnings. I'm going to find your prankster. He took the stairs, determined to intercept the suitcase on the lower level. He never came back up. We found his locked patrol car 2 days later. It was parked neatly inside Hangar 4, a derelict building at the far end of the airfield that had been welded shut since the 1980s. There was no sign of forced entry. The keys were still in the ignition. His disappearance broke something in me. I was alone now. Truly alone. That night, Rena found me in the dispatch office, my head in my hands. "The power's out in the west corridor. Jace," she said, her voice soft with sympathy. "The breaker keeps tripping. Can you come take a look?" Numbly, I followed her. She led me down the dark, echoing corridor, her flashlight beam a small, comforting circle in the oppressive gloom. We rounded a corner, and there he was, the captain, standing not 20 feet away, as solid and real as the concrete floor beneath him. He was waiting for me. Rena let out a small, theatrical gasp and stepped back, leaving me exposed. My blood ran cold. It was a trap. The spectral pilot took a step forward, his form radiating an almost unbearable cold. He stopped, his shadowed face and melted goggles fixed on me. And then he spoke, his voice a low, gravelly baritone, like a radio transmission from a bygone age. "Son," he asked, the word echoing in the silence. "Do you have the time?" Rule #5, the final test. My mind raced, my heart pounding a deafening rhythm. I remembered the words, the strange, nonsensical phrase that was my only defense. It's always midnight in the mountains," I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. The captain stood motionless for a long moment. Then he nodded, a slow, deliberate gesture of acknowledgement, and he faded, not walking away, but dissolving into the shadows, leaving only a profound, lingering chill in the air. I turned, my legs shaking, and looked at Rena. The feigned terror was gone from her face. In its place, for a split second before she could school her features back into a mask of concern, was a look of sharp, undeniable disappointment. The power outage had been a lie. The entire scenario had been a setup. She hadn't been leading me to a faulty breaker. She'd been leading me to an execution. The look of profound disappointment on Rena's face lasted only for a fraction of a second, but it was as damning and illuminating as a flash of lightning in a dark room. The mask of the concerned, compassionate coworker slid back into place almost instantly, but the image was seared into my brain. The soft sympathy in her eyes was replaced by a look of sharp, calculated assessment. She hadn't been afraid for me. She had been afraid I would fail the test. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. Every kind word, every shared coffee, every moment of commiseration over the airport's quirks had been a lie, a performance. "He's gone," she whispered, her voice a practiced imitation of relief rushing to my side. "Jace, are you all right?" I was so scared. I pushed her hand away, my own hands trembling with a mixture of adrenaline and white-hot fury. "The power, Rena," I said, my voice dangerously quiet. "It never went out, did it?" She flinched, her composure finally cracking for real. Her eyes, which I had always thought of as kind, now seemed to hold a deep, ancient sorrow, a weariness that went far beyond long night shifts. "Jace," she began. "You don't understand." "Oh, I'm starting to," I countered, my voice rising, echoing in the cold, silent corridor. "I'm starting to understand everything. Tommy, Marcy, Deputy Keller, they weren't accidents, were they? They were recruitments. And you were the goddamn recruiting officer." Tears began to well in her eyes, but they weren't tears of manipulation. They were real, born of a grief so old, it seemed to have hollowed her out from the inside. "I didn't want this," she choked out, her carefully constructed facade crumbling to dust. "I never wanted any of this. I didn't let up. I was a pilot again, cross-examining a faulty system, demanding answers. What are you, Rena? A ghost, a ghoul. What the hell are you?" She sank to the floor, her back against the cold cinder block wall, and wrapped her arms around her knees, looking suddenly small and fragile. "I'm a passenger," she whispered to the floor. "The first one or the last one? I don't know anymore." She began to talk, the story pouring out of her, in a torrent of long-suppressed memory and guilt. She told me about Flight 666, not as a legend, but as a memory. She had been on that plane, a 7-year-old girl named Katerina, flying with her parents. She remembered the strange, humming equipment in the cargo hold, the men in military uniforms who weren't on the passenger manifest. She remembered the pilot, Captain Evan Hayes, a kind man who had let her see the cockpit before the flight. She remembered the moment the experiment went wrong, a flash of blinding white light, a sound that was the absence of all sound, and a feeling of being simultaneously frozen and torn apart. "Oh, they found me at the crash site," she said, her voice a dead monotone. "In 1998. The plane went down in 72. For 26 years I was just there, in the wreckage. Still 7 years old. I hadn't aged a day." The shadowy government agency behind the experiment, the ones who had been monitoring the site, took her. They couldn't explain what had happened. They buried the story, erased her past, and gave her a new name, Rena Caldwell. They placed her with a local family with ties to the airport, a family sworn to secrecy. She grew up here, feeling a constant, inexplicable pull to the desolate terminal, eventually taking the dispatcher job as if it were a birthright. "I didn't remember any of it," she sobbed. "Not for years. It was just a big black hole in my childhood. But the airport, it helped me remember. The captain, he talks to me. In my dreams. He's just trying to get his crew back. He's just trying to finish the flight to get everyone home. He doesn't understand that home is gone." "So you helped him," I stated, the horror of it settling on me like a physical weight. "You helped him collect a new crew." "I guide them. Collect a new crew," she insisted, looking up at me, her face a mess of tears and desperation. "I only choose the ones who are already lost, Jace. The lonely ones, the sad ones." Tommy, his heart was broken. Marcy, she wanted to believe in something more. Keller, he was so afraid of the sky. He was already grounded. I was giving them a place to belong, a purpose. It was the most twisted, insane justification I had ever heard. She wasn't a monster. She was something far more tragic, a victim who had become a willing accomplice, her survivor's guilt weaponized by a ghost. "And me, Rena?" I asked, my voice cold. "What about me? Am I lost enough for you?" Her face crumpled. "The crew is almost full," she whispered, her words barely audible. "Tommy is the new baggage master. Marcy is the flight attendant. Keller, with his knowledge of maps and routes, he's the navigator." She looked at me, her eyes filled with terrible dawning horror, as if she was only just now realizing the final implication of her own actions. "But the last flight, it had 2 pilots, the captain and his first officer." Officer, the voice you heard in the sky. Jace, the one that saved you. That was him, trying to recruit you, trying to guide you here. The final position on the crew, it was always meant for you. As the full weight of her confession settled in the air between us, the PA system throughout the entire airport crackled to life. It wasn't the calm, automated female voice this time. It was the deep, gravelly baritone of the captain himself, amplified, echoing, and filled with a cold final authority. "Flight 666, all crew and passengers, prepare for final boarding. The manifest is complete. Final destination, departure immediate." The lights in the entire terminal went out, plunging us into absolute, suffocating darkness. The heavy steel shutters over the main entrances slammed down with the percussive, deafening finality of a row of guillotine blades. The final boarding call had been made. We were locked in, and the ghost of Flight 666 was finally ready for takeoff. The darkness that swallowed the terminal was absolute, a physical presence that was colder and heavier than the mountain fog. The only light was the thin, panicked beam of my flashlight. Rena was a crumpled heap on the floor, sobbing, not from fear, but from the crushing weight of her own long-buried sins, now laid bare. The captain's voice had been a final judgment, and she had been found wanting. The air vibrated with a low, powerful hum, the sound of a phantom engine spooling up, a sound that seemed to come from the very foundations of the airport. "He's coming for you, Chase," she whispered, her voice ragged. "It's too late. It's never too late," I said. The words of a pilot, an echo from a life I thought I'd left behind. My mind was racing, sifting through the impossible details, searching for a flaw in the system, a checklist for a nightmare. The ghosts were powerful, but they were bound by rules. The salute, the phrase for the time. Not touching the luggage. They were procedures. And every procedure has a purpose. "The shelter," I said, grabbing Rena's arm and hauling her to her feet. Marcy showed me the blueprints. "Under gate 3. She said the ghosts don't go there. It's a tomb," Rena choked out. "That's where they kept the equipment." "Then that's where we're going," I said, pulling her along. We ran through the darkened, echoing terminal. The air was filled with whispers now, a chorus of disembodied voices calling my name. I saw them at the edges of my flashlight beam, the shimmering, translucent forms of the passengers, standing by the gates, their faces pale and expectant. Then I saw Tommy Griggs, standing behind the baggage check-in counter, a spectral luggage tag held in his hand, his eyes sad and empty. I saw Deputy Keller, standing by a map of the United States, his form wavering as he made phantom calculations. The new crew was assembling. We reached gate 3, just as the captain materialized at the far end of the concourse. A tall, authoritative silhouette, radiating an aura of immense code. He wasn't moving quickly. He didn't need to. He knew where we were going. The entrance to the bomb shelter was hidden behind a loose panel in the wall of a janitor's closet, just as Marcy's blueprints had shown. It was a heavy, circular steel hatch, like on a submarine, with a large wheel for a handle. It took both mine and Rena's strength to turn it, the metal groaning in protest after decades of disuse. We scrambled inside, into a cramped, descending stairwell, and spun the wheel again, sealing the heavy door just as we heard the slow, deliberate footsteps of the captain stop on the other side. The shelter was a time capsule from the Cold War. It was a cramped, bunker-like monitoring station, filled with banks of obsolete, reel-to-reel tape machines, oscilloscopes, and a thick, suffocating layer of dust. This was the black site. This was where the experiment on Flight 666 had been managed. "They were trying to bend space," Rena whispered, her eyes wide as she looked at the faded schematics on the wall. "Not time travel, but relocation. A way to move personnel and equipment from one point to another instantaneously. A temporal shortcut through the mountains. And Flight 666 was the test flight," I finished, my light landing on a row of metal canisters on a shelf. They were labeled with a stenciled military designation and a date from 1972. Flight 666. Flight recorder. The black box. Or boxes. This was the one place the ghosts couldn't enter, I realized, because this was their tomb. This room held the last, tangible record of their final agonizing moments. The data was the anchor, and the anchor was here. We threaded the brittle magnetic tape from the first canister onto one of the old machines. With a click and a whir, the speakers crackled to life. We heard the voice of Captain Evan Hayes, calm, professional, running through his pre-flight checklist. We heard the scientists on the ground, their voices tinny, talking about stabilizing the geometric and achieving field resonance. We heard the low, powerful hum of the experimental device in the cargo hold spinning up. Then we heard the moment it all went wrong. A scientist on the ground yelling, "The field is collapsing. Shut it down." Captain Hayes' voice suddenly tight with alarm. "We've lost flight controls. We are in an uncontrolled descent." Then the screaming, the sounds of tearing metal, and through it all, the captain's last, defiant, heartbreaking words. Not to his crew, not to the ground, but to his passengers. Brace for impact. Stay in your seats. I will get you home. I promise, I will get you home. The tape ended in a burst of static. He wasn't a monster. He wasn't a demon. He was just a pilot. A good pilot, bound by an oath he had made in the last seconds of his life. An oath so powerful, it had torn a hole in reality. He was trapped, forever trying to complete his last order, to fulfill his final, impossible promise. The silence in the bunker after the tape ended was heavier than any haunting. Rena was weeping silently, not for herself, but for the man she only vaguely remembered, the pilot who had tried to save her. "He can't go home," she whispered. "There's no home to go to. He's just stuck." But I knew she was wrong. A pilot's last order is absolute, until it is superseded by a new one from a higher authority. Until it is superseded by a new one from a higher authority. The heavy steel door of the bunker began to groan, the metal buckling inwards under an immense, unseen pressure. The captain's promise was so strong, it was now overriding the sanctuary of this room. He was coming for his co-pilot. "There's only one way this ends," I said, my mind clear for the first time in weeks. I knew what I had to do. I grabbed the PA microphone from the bunker's old communication console and hot-wired it into the airport's main system, a trick I'd learned in my Air Force days. "Jace, no!" Rena cried, grabbing my arm. "You can't. He'll take you." "He's not taking me," I said, my voice calm, authoritative, the voice of a captain. "I'm relieving him of his command." The door burst open. The captain stood there, filling the doorway, a figure of immense sorrow and power. The ghosts of his crew, of Tommy and Marcy and Keller, shimmered behind him. He looked at me, and I felt his overwhelming sense of duty, of failure, of being so close to fulfilling his promise. Rena, in a final desperate act of atonement, threw herself in front of me. "Take me," she screamed at the captain. "I was on the manifest. I'm one of yours. Let him go." The captain looked at her, a flicker of recognition, of confusion, in his spectral form. But I stepped forward, gently moving Rena aside. I looked him right in his shadowy, goggled eyes. I didn't see a monster. I saw a fellow pilot, trapped in the worst kind of emergency. I brought the microphone to my lips. My voice, amplified, boomed through the bunker, through the terminal, through the very air of the mountains. It was no longer the voice of Jace Merritt, the broken night watchman. It was the voice of command. "This is the tower. Acknowledged flight 666. The captain froze. The entire spectral host grew still, listening. "Captain Evan Hayes," I continued, my voice clear and steady. "Your dedication to your passengers and crew is commendable. You have faced extreme conditions with honor, but your flight plan has been amended. Your original destination is no longer available." I paused, letting the words sink into the charged silence. "You and your crew have been rerouted. Your new destination is approved and waiting. You are cleared for final approach. You are cleared to proceed. Captain Hayes, you are cleared to go home." I gave him a slow, perfect pilot's salute. For a long moment, the world held its breath. The captain looked at me, and through the shadows and the spectral energy, I felt a wave of something ancient and powerful. Relief. His duty was fulfilled. A new, superseding order had been given. He slowly, crisply, returned the salute. He turned to his crew. He nodded. And then, as one, they all turned and walked, not back into the terminal, but through the solid rock wall of the bunker, towards their spectral runway, towards their final peace. The low hum of the engines faded. The whispers ceased. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the simple, clean chill of a mountain morning beginning to dawn. The haunting of fog's end was over. In the sudden, absolute silence, Rena Caldwell looked at me, a lifetime of gratitude in her eyes. Then she sighed, a soft, peaceful sound. The psychic tether that had frozen her in time was broken. The 50 years she had been spared came for her all at once. Her face softened, her dark hair grayed at the temples. and she aged before my eyes, not with horror, but with a gentle grace. She smiled, a true, peaceful smile, and then collapsed, her ordeal finally over. I was the only one left. I walked out of the bunker and into the main terminal as the first rays of the sun streamed through the dusty windows. I had saved the airport, but my own ghosts were not so easily dismissed. The voice I had heard in the cockpit all those years ago, I knew now who it was. The captain reaching across time and space trying to find his replacement. The airport never reopened. The airport never reopened. They sealed it up, another forgotten relic in the heart of the mountains. But I never left. I couldn't. I am the guardian of its story, the keeper of its silence. I am the eternal night supervisor of Fog's End. Years have passed, I don't know how many. I sit in the old dispatch office watching the fog roll in. Most nights are quiet, but sometimes a new recruit for a surveying company will wander in, a lost soul looking for a job, drawn by forces they don't understand. I greet them calmly, and I hand them a single worn laminated card. On it, there is now only one rule. If a stranger in a pilot's uniform asks you for the time, tell him he is cleared to go home. The air in Fog's End has been cleared, but the echoes of Flight 666 will forever resonate. Jace Merritt learned that some promises cut deeper than any blade, and that true duty knows no end. The captain's flight found its final destination, but the journey is far from over. Seriously, if you didn't watch until the very end, you missed the captain's ultimate purpose and the chilling twist of the new final rule that binds the survivor. The true ending reveals a new kind of haunting. What do you think of the captain's desperate oath? What was Rena's real role in all of this? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through this shift at Fog's End, if the mountains haven't claimed you, then you're one of the few who truly understands. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because out here, some flights never truly land. They just wait for their next crew.